Brown.
As traffic rolled up to the bridge toll booths today, workers were tearing down tents and putting away the last remnants of Bridgefest '97. All told, organizers estimate 135,000 people visited the site over the weekend. The Walk of a Lifetime on Friday pulled in the biggest crowds, but many of those with tickets couldn't get to the bridge in time because traffic was backed up for hours.
It's hard to know how much infrastructure to plan, especially for that one particular event. We had parking capacity on this side, on PEI, for about 10,000 cars. That's 25,000 people typically, 6,000 cars in New Brunswick, and we hit numbers we never dreamed of.
And today, people lined up once again, this time at the Confederation Centre box office. They came with tickets they didn't use, looking for their money back.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't even bother going because I heard it on the radio that it was all the way down to Bonshaw, so I didn't bother going at all.
I left town at 11 o'clock, and I was in there for about 3 hours, and I heard on the radio that we weren't allowed to go on the bridge.
Burned, humiliated. It was chaos.
Elsbeth McEachern left Charlottetown at 8:30 in the morning. She was stuck on the New Brunswick side with thousands of others when they were told no one was allowed to start out after 3:30.
I'm not waiting in line for a refund, and nobody's going to refund our ferry money, the time that we took off work to do it. It was a fiasco, and I believe that it was all poor planning.
And I talked to a few of them that were denied access, and it was really tough because some of them just wanted to go up there, and but you have to stick by the plan. You have to stick by the schedule. It's difficult to deviate from it, and we certainly apologize to those that were inconvenienced.
Most of the people who got to Bridgefest had a great time. Others made their own inaugural drive across the bridge.
It was great, real good. Nice and smooth, nice pavement, and great view from up there. Watch the boats going and everything. It's great.
Maggie Brown, CBC News.
More on Bridgefest and the bridge in just a moment, but first a look at the other big story happening tonight, the election.
After 36 days of shaking hands and making speeches, the politicians are waiting tonight for the verdict. We begin with John Jeffrey and a look at Election Day on Prince Edward Island.
At this rural polling station in Alexandra, in the riding of Cardigan, returning officers and the party's official agents had lots of time in their hands as they waited for voters. At this church in Stratford, where there were 5 polling stations, turnout was described as moderate. In the last federal election, 73% of Islanders cast ballots, sending 4 Liberal MPs to Ottawa with large majorities. This campaign hasn't inspired the same enthusiasm, and most people predict a much lower voter turnout. The Hillsborough riding will be the most interesting one to watch. The campaign there has been called one of the dirtiest in Island history. Both Liberal George Proud and Conservative Mitch Tweel have had their share of troubles. It was leaked to the press that Proud had to seek court protection in April from creditors because of a failed real estate deal in Ottawa. Also, that he had failed to repay a $6,000 loan to a bootlegger. Then Tweel was forced to call a press conference to confront what he called vicious allegations spread by posters in the last few weeks of the campaign. That leaves NDP candidate Dodie Crane in a strong position, and certainly her party believes she stands the best chance of winning Hillsborough. Malpeque is another riding to watch because of Wayne Easter, who's fighting for re-election. Easter has been outspoken on issues in the past, but many say that he's toed the Liberal Party line too much, especially on employment insurance reform. PEI has one cabinet minister. That's Lawrence Macaulay in Cardigan, who's responsible for ACOA and Veterans Affairs. He'll be judged on just how well he represented PEI's interest in the federal cabinet. The election in Egmont has been called very much a sleeper, and again, Liberal Joe Maguire's fortune will depend upon the federal record on employment insurance reform and job creation. The election results in Prince Edward Island's 4 ridings may well be determined by who stays home and just what level of dissatisfaction there is out there with the Liberals on EI reform and jobs. John Jeffrey, CBC News, Charlottetown.
First thing this morning, Liberal leader Jean Chrétien voted. This is the 11th time his name has appeared on a ballot. But of course, this is the first time he's tried to be re-elected Prime Minister. And today he was still defending his election call.
We were at the end of our mandate, we were ahead of our program, we wanted to have a debate on the orientation of for the 21st century. We had that, and we will have the summer to prepare the work for the fall.
You don't get tired of this, Mrs. Chrétien?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not far away, Chrétien's chief rival for support in Quebec was going to the polls. Gilles Duceppe didn't vote in the riding where he's running, though. He cast his ballot in a neighboring riding where he lives. The Bloc Québécois is hoping for another strong showing in that province.
Very important numbers of Bloc MPs elected tonight.
How many?
That you'll know tonight as well as me.
But another leader from Quebec is hoping his party makes a comeback. The Conservatives won only 2 seats in the last election. Just before he voted at a church in Sherbrooke, Jean Charest said he expects the PCs will do much better this time.
I've made a few prayers here before in the past, and a few of them have been answered.
The NDP's Alexa McDonough started the day on the racquetball court. She's hoping to end the day with her first seat in Parliament as leader of a party with official status.
I didn't win my racquetball game this morning because I like to save my victories for later in the day. Don't like to peak too soon.
Something else to watch this year, voter turnout. Elections Canada has changed the rules and staggered the hours at polling stations. It's supposed to ensure that this time, no one will have predicted the final results hours before the polls close in the West. That also means polling stations on the prairies and in BC will close much earlier than usual. One of those voting later in Calgary will be Preston Manning of the Reform Party. Brenda Murray, CBC News, Ottawa.
And on that note, polls here on Prince Edward Island will close at 8:30 tonight. CBC national coverage of the election begins at 8 o'clock on both radio and television, and we'll stay with it until the final results are in.
The election campaign touched the opening of the bridge on the weekend. Prime Minister Jean Chrétien was supposed to be there to cut the ribbon, but campaign commitments forced him to cancel, leaving Government Services Minister Diane Marleau to do the honors in his place. More on the opening celebrations from Compass's Tom Murphy.
The opening of the Confederation Bridge was marked with pomp and pageantry. A convoy of dignitaries was escorted from New Brunswick to an official ribbon-cutting ceremony on the PEI side.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare the Confederation Bridge open.
The man who led the mega project, Paul Gianelia, admitted he was nervous about the opening.
Earlier on today, as we were leaving New Brunswick heading this way, it was the first time in 10 years and 1 week that I felt nervous. And I was trying to figure out, sitting in that car, what I was feeling nervous about. And I didn't come up with the answer. Maybe it's because I'm unemployed.
Gianelia's mother was on hand, beaming with pride over her son's accomplishment.
You couldn't talk to him. I mean, he was so involved with the project, he didn't have time for anybody, either the family or anybody, you know. I mean, it was very, very tough on him, and he was under lots and lots of strain. So I'm glad that the thing is over, and I hope he doesn't have to go through the stress again.
A stage show paid tribute to the 6,000 people who had a hand in building the bridge, reminding the public of the effort that went into the largest construction project in this part of the world.
I think it's very exciting. It's something, as Islanders, I don't think we thought that this would happen, but it has happened. We're very excited about it.
Shortly after a thrilling display by the snowbirds, hundreds of people lined up for another thrill, their first drive across the Confederation Bridge.
It's a celebration of transportation and the bridge, and we felt being having the oldest car in PEI that it should be appropriate that it should go across the bridge.
Flights are changed, guys. Have a nice afternoon. There's a little bit of memorabilia for you.
Thank you very much.
When the bridge was open to the public, this truck was the first to cross. Before long, it was bumper-to-bumper traffic on the bridge. Once on the New Brunswick side, just about everyone wanted to lay claim to some title.
Claim to fame today, we were the first
first New Brunswick car, first car over.
Today I tried to be the first American over the bridge. I heard I was beat. I'm not sure. I'm from Burlington, Vermont, and I haven't seen any other Vermont license plates, so I'm pretty sure I'm the first Vermonter over.
It was a sensational feeling. It really was. It was definitely one to take home, and the memory will last forever. And the pictures we took were phenomenal.
And the first trip took longer than the ferry.
And so PEI was ushered into a new era of transportation. Now, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people will be able to drive across this bridge, PEI's permanent connection to the rest of Canada. Tom Murphy, CBC News, on the Confederation Bridge.
The opening of the bridge was touched by tragedy. 68-year-old Fred Partridge of Sackville, New Brunswick, drowned when his boat tipped over near the bridge. 4 other people in the boat were rescued.
The coming of the bridge brought, of course, the end of the ferries. The last scheduled crossing went at 6:30 Saturday evening with the Abogwit, and Ian Petrie was on board.
The bridge was already open to the public, so these are people who want to be here, people who want to take the ferry one last time.
You drove on, you had you got out on deck and you looked around, and it was exciting, it was just, part of the that's what I drove up here for, to go on the ferry.
100-year-old Minnie Allen was there too. She saw the first ferries come in 80 years ago.
And they took us all through the boat from top to bottom and showed us the whole working of it.
We all know the routine, the big rush to the compound, hoping there's room to get on. A sense of relief once the car is parked.
Heavy with the gate powers, do you read? You get the fortunate opportunity to let this vessel go for the last time at Tormanac. So you can back out the lines and you can take away our apron plates.
There was always an air of uncertainty taking the ferry. Some saw that as inconvenience, others as adventure.
Family. Is that right?
But today there were other stronger feelings. These are the last scheduled crossings for these ferries. The skills of boat building and seamanship replaced by sleek design, gutsy engineering, and tons of concrete. A fixed link to the mainland.
I feel like it was sort of a funeral or a wake. I feel very sad, and all the employees, crew, they all feel fairly sad. It's 80 years of service, PEI service coming to an end.
There was lots of ceremony on this last trip, including a mid-straight greeting between the 3 remaining ferries.
Starboard 10, starboard 10.
Captain Roy Coffin, calling on all the skill and dignity he's developed over the last 36 years. He's watched the new Abbey being built, sailed it for the first and now the last time on the Borden Cape Tormentine run.
I feel very, very sad because, for one thing, the ferries are leaving. It's not like I'm retiring personally. If I was, that'd be no big deal. But because the ferries are leaving and the crew that I've worked with, I'll not be seeing them on a regular basis anymore. That saddens me.
The Holiday Island and the Vacation Land will take up new duties on the Wood Island ferry run. The Abbey is up for sale.
You have to handle the employees this weekend. We handled 24,000 passengers yesterday. Just incredible.
I know that Bridgefest needed to be celebrated, but it's so unfortunate that it had to be on our backs. And people were cranky and upset because they were waiting for this walk, and they took it out on us. And, if they only knew how hard our hearts were aching and how I wanted to grasp every second and moment of my last moment with this outfit, and I couldn't.
When is it all going to hit everybody, do you think?
About 3 weeks. Or maybe a month. Everybody wants all summer off anyway. Yeah.
And they're going to get it, I guess.
Then they're going to get it. There's not going to be anything back, though.
What would you like Islanders to remember about the ferry service?
Oh,
just that we all done our best
You're welcome.
to serve them, sometimes under hard circumstances, but we done our best.
How about yourself? Have you got some new job lined up?
Not yet. I've been looking, and there's no jobs out there right now. It's just every time you go for an interview, they say, we'll call you.
What would you like Islanders to remember about the ferry service?
Well, I would say probably the people that worked here and the good memories that comes with the place, and a lot of years of friendships and things that'll probably be gone now.
Our company always had family things, and it's not very often you get to have a company that you get to be with your family and friends and, have a good time.
Some girl said it's like celebrating a wedding, but then also having a wake right beside it.
I remember the sunsets, the sunrises, and it's just working with Mother Nature. She was beautiful. She could be rough. I mean, I will never, ever, I will never have this opportunity again, I don't believe, in my lifetime. And I believe that we're getting faster transportation, but we're losing communication. We're losing people contact, and that's so sad.
On the church.
On the church. Thank you. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Borden.
There are some who feel the bridge is going to cost Prince Edward Island more than just its ferry service. They worry that what we've come to know as the island way of life has been lost. Yesterday in Charlottetown, some of them held a vigil to mourn its passing.
After everything was done with the bridge, I felt a great sense of helplessness at it being built, and the whole issue, environmental issue, and the people that were opposed to the link, we sort of just got brushed over by things, and I felt very helpless, and I felt helpless this weekend as all the festivities were going on. So I'm just going to sing this song. Big white beaches and forever skies, a unique way of running life, leave us helpless, helpless, helpless.
Despite the fact that people protested over the last number of years and have documented similar situations with similar devastating effects on communities, we still have this particular development in the province, and we are now facing another major hurdle in ensuring that this project does bring prosperity to the people of Prince Edward Island.
There's no sense crying about what happened. I'm disappointed with the bridge. It's going to make tremendous changes on Prince Edward Island, like people had never dreamt. I hope that people can adjust to it.
During our minute of silence, we keep in mind the 3 who died building the bridge, our precious environment, and especially the 600 workers who find themselves unemployed this morning.
Who can sleep when their ferry's fleet no longer weeps and comforts them like a mother? Who must mourn, sad and forlorn, those of Borden bred, those of Borden born?
This is my island, Prince Edward Island, good for love and every growing thing.
A couple of other stories we should touch on tonight. A man from Cornwall died yesterday in a car accident in New Brunswick. 21-year-old Bruce St. Ange was killed when his car slammed into a transport truck on the highway near Fredericton. Both vehicles exploded, but the driver of the truck got away with only minor injuries.
Disbarred Charlottetown lawyer Dean Shaw has filed an appeal. On Friday, he was sentenced to 4 years in jail and ordered to pay back $210,000 that he took from clients' accounts. And today, he filed papers asking for a new trial, or failing that, a reduced sentence.
Well, still to come in national and international news, a verdict late today in the case of Oklahoma bomber Timothy McVeigh. We'll tell you what that is in just a moment.
Standing by at Confederation Bridge this Monday evening, Election Day here in Canada, is Kevin Gallant. Kevin, it was windy there on Friday when we last visited the site. What's it like tonight?
Well, it's actually a little more windier than it was Friday. I don't know if this was all part of opening the bridge. We're going to get more wind to the island, but it continues, and actually I think the wind has actually picked up here in the last hour, but the winds are supposed to diminish out of the north at 20 overnight tonight. As you can see behind me, the traffic flowing freely over the Confederation Bridge, and the air continues to blow freely from the north. We are looking for lots of sunshine, but continuing cool temperatures throughout much of this week. Good news for potato farmers, though, with this good weather. I'll be back a little later in Compass from Borden Carleton at the site of the Confederation Bridge with all those weather details.
The verdict is in on the Oklahoma City bombing trial, and it's guilty on all counts. Timothy McVeigh has been convicted of blowing up a U.S. federal building in April 1995. And in the process, killing 168 people. Keith Vogue reports.
It was clear from some spectators leaving the courtroom they felt justice had been done. Among them were family and friends of some of those who died in the bombing in Oklahoma City.
We got him!
There was that, and there were tears.
Conspiracy, guilty.
And back in Oklahoma City, more watched coverage of the verdict on television.
When we all got up, it was clapping, hugging, still crying, but...
There was cheering for the prosecutors who had evidently presented a strong case in a thorough and convincing manner.
We've always had confidence in our evidence. Now everyone else will have confidence in the evidence in the verdict. We're ready to move on to the next stage.
Timothy McVeigh was found guilty on all charges. Guilty on 11 counts of murder, guilty of conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction to blow up the federal building in Oklahoma City, an explosion that killed 168 people. There was evidence McVeigh rented the truck that contained the bomb. There was evidence that fibers on his clothing came from materials used to make the bomb. And perhaps most damaging was the testimony of Michael Fortier, a friend of McVeigh. Fortier testified that he discussed with McVeigh both his plan to build the bomb and his decision to target the federal building in Oklahoma City. McVeigh may not have acted alone in blowing up the federal building in 1995. Still to come is the trial of Terry Nichols, who is also charged in the crime. Still to come also is the penalty phase of McVeigh's trial. The prosecutors will argue for the death penalty when that phase begins later this week.
We have visited with Mr. McVeigh. We will be working with him tonight and tomorrow for the preparation of the second stage on Wednesday.
The trial took less than half the time expected. The government presented its case cleanly and efficiently, and the judge kept strict control of his courtroom. It was a high-profile case, but it was in no way a circus. And because of that, there is a feeling among some that the damaged reputation of the American justice system may have been restored a little by this. Keith Vogue, CBC News, Washington.
The Queen Elizabeth Health Sciences Center in Halifax named an independent panel today to review its handling of the case of Dr. Nancy Morrison. She's the specialist charged with first-degree murder in the death of one of her patients. More in this report from Rob Gordon.
Dr. Nancy Morrison's first-degree murder charge is a matter between her and the police. What the hospital wants to know is if the former professor of the year at Dell Med School was treated properly by her peers.
Quite a crowd.
Don Sherman is CEO of the QE2. He says the panel will probe Morrison's suspension surrounding the death of a patient in her care.
What it's intended to do is to try to examine how the case was handled when hospital officials became aware of the incident, how we managed that process, how we determined what action should be taken, if any, and how it was reported or not reported to various official parties.
Police raided the hospital 3 weeks ago after this doctor complained the hospital was covering up the facts surrounding the death of Paul Mills and Morrison's role in it. The external review panel will be chaired by Dr. Charles Wright of British Columbia. Nova Scotians on the panel include Halifax businessman Larry Doan, lawyer Bill Grant, Ken McKinnon, and Brenda Payne. Rob Gordon, CBC News, Halifax.
Overseas, there's a new player on the international stage. He's Lionel Jospin, the new Prime Minister of France. He was named today after his socialists came out on top in the parliamentary elections. And he'll be sharing power with France's conservative president, Jacques Chirac. Paul Workman reports.
In France, they call it cohabitation. And for Lionel Jospin, it began with a trip to the presidential palace. The president of the Republic, I accepted. It means that France now enters a state of unavoidable political hostility. A socialist prime minister sharing power with a Gaullist president, whose decision to call early elections turned out to be a colossal
punished, basically, because he misperceived the weight of French despair, of French unhappiness. And he underestimated gross.
I think the government paid for all of its mistakes, its cynicism, and its arrogance, says this woman. French newspapers made much of Chirac's humiliation, tried to analyze what the results mean. It's a new chance, said one headline.
We'll find some new goals for the future for our country. I think the people need it. Some new dreams for our country.
The socialists made a remarkable comeback. Nevertheless, it's their allies, the communists, who now hold the balance of power. And that only adds to the confusion in Europe. Essentially, the French have said no, refused to make a sacrifice for Europe. How does all of this now threaten the grand plans for a single currency?
The French want change, but change without cost and without risk. They want the euro, but they want jobs above the euro.
President Chirac has paid severely for his misjudgment. His leadership has been weakened, his credibility and his competence called into question. He gave up nearly absolute power to call the elections early and ended up sharing it. Paul Workman, CBC News, Paris.
And still to come, we're going to drop in one of the very last official functions of the MV Abiguit. It was last night, a charity fundraiser for the Grand Old Ship.
And of course, we'll have the windy weather details from the PEI end of the bridge with Kevin Boomer-Gallant when we come back. Don't go away.
Air Nova is a very warm, friendly airline. People always seem to be happy to have you with them. I could reach out to embrace you the way Air Nova does me. And they interact with you, and they're fun. Air Nova is a great airline, right? Air Nova.
Wow! I'm thirsty. Yeah, for something different.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, guys.
Got anything interesting?
Absolutely.
Hey, listen up. Cola, orange, hey, some purple stuff, Sunny Delight.
Sunny D. Heard it's awesome. Cool. Tastes like orange and tangerine. Lime. It's got some vitamins in it. Your mom's all right. Yeah, she's cool.
Sunny Delight is here. It's goodness kids go for.
Awesome.
What's wrong?
Mommy titties hurt.
Oh, don't cry.
A bathroom tissue soft enough for your child's tender face?
Toilet paper.
It's soft. See? Here, I can fix them.
It's Royale bathroom tissue. So kidney soft, it could be facial tissue.
Look, Teddy's all better.
Thanks, Mom.
Royale bathroom tissue. So soft, it could be facial tissue.
Men never focus on the journey, just the destination.
No way.
Take this treasure hunt game.
Not my game.
For men, the thrill is the treasure.
$10,000 is nice.
For women, it's the quest, piecing together the clues.
New Scratch and Win Treasure Hunt. A little more scratching, a lot more fun.
Hey, I won.
So what happened to the journey?
Oh.
Play New Treasure Hunt today.
Love is in the air, everywhere I look around. Love is in the air, oh, love is in the air.
Surprise your taste buds with the sizzling sensation of delicious pork. Any way you prepare it, it's a perfect barbecue treat. So why not pick pork? For your free recipes, call 892-4201. Give your summer cookout more sizzle with great tasting pork. It's a delicious way to add variety to your barbecue. So why not pick pork? For your free recipes, call 892-4201.
What do I like about Air Nova? It's bringing us together. We've been going out long distance for our entire relationship. It's made it instead of breaking it. Thank God for Air Nova. Air Nova!
Tuesday on Island Morning, analysis of Election 97. We'll talk to some of the winners and losers in the 4 Prince Edward Island ridings. As well, we'll hear from our political panelists. Jack McAndrew, Martin Durrell, and Ken Kingston will review the results and talk about what Islanders can expect from the new government in Ottawa. Island Morning, your radio election headquarters on FM 96.
Tonight's weather is brought to you by Vogue Optical. For quality eyewear and a second pair free policy every day, see Vogue Optical with 5 island locations.
And time now for the weather tonight, right up to the minute.
That's right. We have Kevin Boomer Gallant live from Borden Carleton, the site of the bridge.
Well, thank you, Roger and Sarah. Yeah, hi. Cars are blowing their horns here. Everybody's excited about the link behind us. It's the Confederation Bridge, as we officially know it now. And the weather up here in Borden Carleton this evening, the winds continue to howl. When we got here about an hour and a half ago, there were no whitecaps, but there are now. Those northerly winds are expected to diminish. And speaking of weather, on the bridge behind me, there was at least 4 weather monitoring stations that will be looked at 24 hours a day. And on these, there's a temperature gauge, obviously, a nanometer for wind speed, solar panel to record sunshine data, and also a small Doppler radar. And what a Doppler radar does is sense or get precipitation that is falling in various forms throughout the 4 seasons that we have here on Prince Edward Island. So the weather, a very important monitored effect here on the Confederation Bridge behind me, always being looked at. And I can tell you, looking at the weather, there's not a cloud in sight from Tignish to Capelé. Let's check weather conditions around Prince Edward Island this afternoon. With those cool northerly winds blowing, we had 9 degrees in Charlottetown and up here Borden Carleton way. Tignish, sunny at 8, East Baltic sunshine a cool 7. In New Brunswick, inland temperatures a little warmer. The Miramichi at 18, Fredericton 20, Moncton at 14, St. John at 19 with lots of blue skies. Nova Scotia, Yarmouth at 12, Greenwood 19, Halifax at 18 with sunshine. Then we hit the locations close to the water with those northerly winds. Pictou and Sydney, sunshine but cool at 8 degrees. Well, the reason for all of this wind and clear skies is a high pressure system, the front side giving us these northerly winds coming right from the Arctic, I guess you could say, and a low pressure system out to sea. Between the two, they are causing the winds, but the high pressure system is going to remain put over the next 3 or 4 days. It is keeping a low pressure system down in the Boston area, and they're getting lots of rain over the next 3 or 4 days. So despite the cool temperatures, I don't think we should complain because we are going to see the sunshine thanks to this cool ridge of high pressure. So with that, let's recap the island forecast. For tonight, we are looking for clear skies and diminishing winds. We're looking for a low of 3 degrees, and that could give a risk of frost, especially in low-lying areas. Winds should diminish to the north at 20 kilometers per hour. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and cloud, a high of 13 degrees, and winds still out of the northwest at 20 kilometers per hour. The long-range outlook for Wednesday, a mix of sun and cloud at 13, Thursday, sun and cloud at 14, and Friday right now looks like even cooler temperatures, mix of sun and cloud, chance of a shower at just 11 degrees. So I guess you could say it's only going to be half as cold right now as it's going to be tonight. I did lose a glove on the way up here. I think it may be on the navigation span. But that's it from the Prince Edward Island side of the Confederation Bridge here in Borden Carleton here this evening. Roger and Sarah, back to you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And of course, we'll check in with Kevin about 5 to 7. And See if the winds subside any this evening.
That's right. He'll still be up in Borden-Carleton. He won't make it back in the next 25 minutes. Well, still to come, we will have sights and sounds from the historic weekend from Borden-Carleton, including a special crossing of the MV Abeguit. That's when we come back.
This perfect moment is brought to you each and every night by the certain perfect sleeper. Certa, we make the world's best mattress.
Naturally, we're flattered that many consider Honda's Accord the benchmark for engineering and performance in its class. So here's another point for comparison. For a very limited time, lease a new Accord EX with air and automatic for only $298 a month. Where do you suppose that will leave the competition?
This perfect moment is brought to you each and every night by the Certa Perfect Sleeper. Certa, we make the world's best mattress.
Pit row. We get them in and out in a hurry. Now you bring your car to Goodwrench and that's what you get. Lube, oil, and filter change in 29 minutes or your next one's free. You get a free 15-point inspection, free fluid top-ups, and a price we stick to. Only $23.95. And there's factory-trained technicians who work here. And here's the point. Goodwrench makes good sense. Goodwrench service at your Atlantic GM dealers.
At Matheson Eyewear, what you see is what you get. And that's a top-quality, brand-name frame that makes you look your very best. If looking good is as important to you as it is to us, we'd like to see you. Matheson Eyewear, one good pair of glasses at one great price.
Color and beauty. Healthy plants for your flower gardens. Available at the Garden Center at Sherwood Do-It Center. Annuals, trees, and shrubs. Whatever your gardening needs, the staff at the Garden Center will assist you in finding just what you require. Sherwood Do-It Center has it all. Complement your landscaping all summer long with the natural beauty and color of flowers, trees, and shrubs from the Garden Center at Sherwood Do-It Center on Mount Edward Road.
More now on the new advance in brake technology announced by Midas. When tested by a major Canadian police force, these new carbon metallic brake pads lasted twice as long as ordinary brake pads. So now the police are spending more time on the road between repairs. In other news, donut shops are reporting their best sales in years.
New performance friction carbon metallic brake pads, now at Midas.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by your Atlantic Ford and Mercury dealers, home of the Ford F-Series, Canada's #1 selling vehicle.
Earlier this evening, we took you on board the MV Abeguit for its last scheduled crossing of the Northumberland Strait, but it actually made one more trip after that.
It was a special crossing billed as the Sunset Sail, a charity fundraiser where the passengers paid $125 apiece for the chance to make a little history. Matthew Rainey was there.
People filtered onto the Abeguit Ferry at Borden-Carleton last night to be part of history, a final voyage to celebrate 80 years of ferry service. Lois Mullins has used the service for half of those years.
That we thought we would want to come on this trip and enjoy it for a last time.
Wow.
This wasn't a typical ferry crossing. It was a 5-hour voyage called the Sunset Sail.
Don't go away. I'm here all alone.
It's a fundraiser for 3 Rotary clubs and Marine Atlantic. 650 people paid $125 each to be part of it, and the money will be going to charity.
Nice to be able to go out with some pride. We hold our heads high and be able to do something like this, and hoping that everybody will appreciate what we're doing.
It's really an honor and a privilege to be a part of it, so it's a much lighter feeling than it was yesterday.
For its final trip, the Abbey had a riverboat feel.
Bad time. Okay, thanks. Do we have 12,000 anywhere? 12. Do we have 13? Do we have 14?
It's expected each group involved in putting this on will receive about $15,000. Marine Atlantic is looking at putting its share into scholarships for the families of employees.
We're riding on the ferry to glory.
I felt for them all weekend. We walked the bridge from New Brunswick to PEI on Friday, and there was a feeling of jubilation. Everybody was so happy, but yet there is that tinge of sadness. There has to be, because it is the end of an era.
The Abbey leaves Borden-Carleton for the last time later this week. It's up for sale and will be docked in Sydney until a buyer is found. Marine Atlantic employees will be on board it one last time for a private party and a final chance to say goodbye.
Last night was quite downcast and quite sad for obvious reasons. It was the last official crossing of the service. Tonight we're here to commemorate the 80 years of service and the people who worked here for that time. And we're going out with a bang.
Matthew Rainey, CBC News, off Borden-Carleton.
Wow. Look at those fireworks. And the fireworks on Friday night were just amazing as well, with Boko Suzuki's music, and they were going off in time. Oh, it was great. And we're going to look back some more on some of the sights and sounds of Bridgefest.
That's when we come back, so stay with us for that.
Wondering about the best value for your dollar? You might want to weigh the options. Island Tel employs over 300 men and women on Prince Edward Island, buys local goods and services, supports island charities and community programs. All this, and offers a complete range of services at a truly competitive price, delivered right here on PEI. And what do the other companies offer? Island Tel. Now that's real value.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
Landscaping your property will increase the value of your home and extend your home enjoyment to the outdoors. At Bagnall's Garden Centre, we're here to help you. We have an unmatched selection of flowering shrubs, perennials, trees, and roses to make your home and area colorful and attractive. We've got everything you'll need and lots of free advice, too.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
You're the type that likes to start early. That's okay. We're ready when you are. GNC Sierra. 365 days a year.
ACA Co-op is proud to introduce Eden Valley Farms. For over 50 years, we've raised our chickens right here in the Maritimes. When you want chicken that meets your standards, look for Eden Valley Farms. Chicken as you like it. Fresh, well-trimmed, and ready for any recipe. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Eden Valley Farms. Bring home the good life.
Take the right step to a better insurance program.
And that's exactly what I tell people. I hope whoever that property owner is, they're covered under our home or commercial insurance plans.
Other insurance companies talk about discounts, but they just don't deliver on service.
People depend on us here at Pekin McGinnis because we're an island company. We're here to take care of islanders.
And that's just good service.
And good sense.
Because you never know when you'll need insurance.
From Pekin McGinnis.
Well, it was quite a weekend.
That's for sure. A three-day bash they called Bridgefest 97.
And we have a recap now of some of the sights and sounds.
Oh, this is a rescue vehicle, just in case he can't make it.
On your mark. Get set. Go!
Okay, go. Go, 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 go.
And I was at North Tryon at 11.
And it's now?
It's now 20 to 3.
Free water. There you go.
Our feet are going to be on TV. It's big.
I'm terrified of heights. My toes are curled up inside my sneakers.
3 hours and 50 minutes in line. All we want's a bathroom.
I think it's a little bit of Canadian history.
All right, no problem. Here you go, sir.
Somebody's got to get me some hamburgers.
Are you ready for a hot dog? Ketchup, hockey, Bud the Spud, the list goes on and on. He really doesn't need any introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Here's Stompin' Tom with the song, you guessed it, about the Confederation Bridge.
Well, from 9:30, we just, we spent, I guess, 5.5 hours. We got as close as probably 1,000 yards from the gate, and it wasn't going anywhere, so we give up.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Norma Lee McLeod. Welcome to Gordon, Prince Edward Island.
I'm Brent Bambury.
Let's have a listen to what's happening in New Brunswick as Deanne Marlowe opens the gates.
Done, voila! Congratulations.
So here's the site as the official party leaves New Brunswick, headed for the navigational span, where they will stop and meet up with Prince Edward Island Premier Pat Binns, who's waiting for them.
Here are the wooden decks of Blue Nose 2 as she heads underneath the Confederation Bridge in full sail.
Here are the snowbirds.
Here they are flying in formation along the span of the Confederation Bridge. Deanne Marlowe now with Benjamin and Sabrina Campbell, ages 6 and 9.
God bless this bridge and all who helped to build it.
Oh, Roger, it's just the experience of a lifetime. I wouldn't have missed it for all the world.
What's going? What a day.
We built a quality structure that's going to be here for a long, long time. We built it on time. We did exactly what we said we would. We finished it when we said we would. And last but not least, we did all of that with Canadians.
Now the Micmac dancers and drummers are being heard from. That's who we're seeing now on stage.
Canada and the world are now officially connected to Prince Edward Island.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of changes. Some people like it, and some people are looking up Kevorkian in the phone book. The way I look at it, if God wanted there to be a bridge to PEI, wouldn't he have put one there himself, you know? My, oh my. But 'tis grand, I guess, all in all, you know. But why is it called straight crossing? What have they got against the gays? You won't get Katie Lang over here. Well, God bless you. I hope you enjoy your bridge. I wouldn't drop acid before attempting it, but other than that, go nuts. God bless you.
people dislike New Bridge because maybe become more crowding and more people will come to islands. And some people like peaceful.
Having problems? No. Enjoying the view? Just looking at the view.
It's here. It's finally here.
Didn't think I'd ever see it, but it's great. It's here.
And the view is fantastic. It really is. But the ferry terminal coming over to this side looks kind of abandoned already. You know, it's kind of sad one way, really.
It's my bread and butter for over 50 years. And it's just watching the boats every day. It's just hard. It's just hard not to be able to see them anymore.
I think there's definitely some feelings of sadness to see an era end, but it's very exciting. I can't believe it. I mean, it's wonderful.
My God, it don't seem real. That's all it's doing. Don't seem real.
And there are those gorgeous fireworks.
So you were there Friday night to witness all of that.
Oh, yeah, I had to stay.
Had to. I wanted to, but I
gorgeous.
couldn't.
You had to be there on Saturday.
That's my problem. You've got it. Kevin Gallant, we'll join with Kevin in just a few moments after these messages to wrap things up for this Monday.
Hi, I'm Shelley Hamilton, and this is the new Tide of Adventure.
Nice try, Ted. Just keep working it. You'll land it.
Now you can be a part of Tony's Team Tiger. Just practice hard and start with a complete breakfast, including the great taste of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes cereal.
They're great.
Show 'em you're a tiger. So what you can do. Nice move.
Way to go.
Do your best on Tony's team. Bring out the tiger in you.
And you.
Patio stones and steps from Marley Concrete Products take every active get-together in stride. Low maintenance and always ready to put in a beautiful social appearance, Marley Concrete patio stones and steps are manufactured in all kinds of sizes and shapes to suit your needs. Choose attractive and practical patio stones and steps from Marley Concrete for easy installation, versatility, and affordability.
Insist on Marley Concrete Products at your local building supply or call us at 836-4343.
The Flyers and the Red Wings battle for hockey's highest honor.
Time of the unexpected, the time of the upset.
The Stanley Cup Championship continues tonight on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC.
You're watching CBC Prince Edward Island.
Compass, the CBC News for Prince Edward Island with Roger Yunker and Sarah Fraser.
This is the dirtiest, lowest, meanest campaign I've ever been involved in. What'd you say it was? It was pretty
What a landslide.
But we won a majority, and we have seats in all parts of Canada, and we're the only country who has managed to have seats in all parts of Canada, so I'm delighted.
Good evening. It's a Liberal majority and a Prince Edward Island sweep.
Prince Edward Islanders confirmed their loyalty to the Liberals last night as voters in the rest of the region were tossing Liberals out one after another. Prince Edward Island's Joe Maguire, Wayne Easter, George Proud and Lawrence Macaulay all managed to hold on to their seats and help Prime Minister Jean Chrétien to a second majority government.
But it was a very narrow majority. The Liberals took 155 seats, most of them in Ontario. Reform came in second with 60, all of them in the West, and now becomes the official opposition. The Bloc Québécois dropped to 44. The NDP came in with 21 seats, partly due to a surprisingly strong showing in this part of the country. And the Conservatives also showing new strength in Atlantic Canada, 120. In a moment, we'll take you through the results here in Prince Edward Island. But first, we go to Ottawa, where Brenda Murray profiles Canada's new and highly regionalized House of Commons.
A brand new day and a brand new mandate for Liberal leader Jean Chrétien. He returns to Ottawa today with 19 fewer seats, barely a majority.
It's a great moment, and I'm delighted with the result of the election.
And he'll be facing 4 opposition parties with full party status. But still, he puts the best face on what will likely be a fractious House of Commons.
But we won a majority, and we have seats in all parts of Canada, and we're the only country who has managed to have seats in all parts of Canada, so I'm delighted.
This morning, a jubilant Alexa McDonough celebrated the NDP's gains in the House. Her candidates defeated Doug Young and Dave Dingwall, 2 key cabinet ministers from the East.
I think one of the really significant things in this election, especially here in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, was the determination people had not to capitulate to the pressures that said, you will not get anything or things will get even worse for you if you don't elect a government member.
We're going to do the transition, and it's important to deal with that.
The Conservatives also improved their position in the House. In fact, they received the 2nd highest number of votes. But most of those votes did not translate into seats.
To win seats.
Today, Jean Charest said his party has stepped back from the abyss.
Let me see, we took 2 seats and multiplied that by 10 in this election campaign. We have 20 seats today. Multiplying by 10 wouldn't be too bad in the next election campaign.
We have a majority.
The majority of seats in Quebec, yes, but the Bloc Québécois is reflecting today on its decline in popular vote and a loss of its role of official opposition.
People will realize that reform is no solution to solve the Quebec problem.
Lucien Bouchard joined the attack against reform.
This party has been elected on the back of Quebec. This party has been bashing Quebec for the last weeks, attacking all Quebecers, whether federalist or sovereignist. This party is simply against Quebec.
We have a different approach.
Reform had a very strong finish in Western Canada, particularly in BC and Alberta.
We tend to take a national perspective.
But Reform lost its only seat east of Manitoba. Still, Preston Manning dismisses critics who say he now heads a Western protest party.
So I think I'd assure Canadians, other parts of the country, this strong wind coming out of the West is a warm wind and is a positive wind, one that ought to be beneficial to the country as a whole.
And the Reform Party is reminding Liberals that their lead in the House is a slim one. The loss of 5 MPs would mean the loss of the majority. That means the government has to try to keep Canadians happy and keep its members satisfied too. If a few change sides, that could mean a change in the government. Brenda Murray, CBC News, Ottawa.
Here on the island, as we've said, the Liberals managed to hold on to all 4 seats, but it wasn't easy. Their majorities were way down, and in Cardigan, where we begin our look at the Prince Edward Island results tonight, Lawrence Macaulay won by less than 100 votes. Our story from John Jeffrey.
Early in the evening, there was nervousness in the Lawrence Macaulay camp. Everyone concentrated on the poll-by-poll results, which were phoned in and marked down on a large board. As the evening went on, the results came in more slowly. The tension deepened with each call, and the Macaulay people anxiously watched the television screen as it showed the Conservatives and the New Democrats splitting the rest of Atlantic Canada. It was after 11 before Macaulay was finally declared the winner by what appeared to be only 22 votes. Even then, there was uncertainty, especially after Tory candidate Dan Hughes appeared to congratulate Macaulay, who hadn't arrived yet.
There's 22 votes, so
You asked for a recount?
Oh yeah, yeah. With that many ridings, that many areas, 70 ridings, and it's only a difference of 11 votes really. So we'll definitely ask for a recount.
What do you think happened in Prince Edward Island, where the rest of Atlantic Canada seemed to split, NDP or Conservative?
I'm not sure. We haven't got all our numbers in yet to see where where all our strengths were, but I'm just not sure. If we didn't get the message out, I'm not sure.
Macaulay didn't appear at his own rally until after midnight. He came with a jubilant, shouting crowd of relieved supporters.
What'd you say it was?
It was pretty
Quite a
close.
landslide.
Why was it so close?
Well, a lot of tough decisions had to be made, and you know what happened in Atlantic Canada, but I again want to thank the people of Kensington. They re-elected me, and you either win or lose in an election, and I won, and I'm very pleased, and I'm very pleased.
It now appears that Macaulay won by 97 votes rather than the 22. That's because the results of the advanced polls came in later and were in his favor. As Macaulay finally waded into a room full of supporters, many wondered what place he'll have in a new Liberal cabinet. Macaulay was Secretary of State, but not a member of the inner circle. Many here believe he's now destined for a more powerful cabinet position in which to represent the interest of PEI and Atlantic Canada. John Jeffrey, CBC News, Montague.
In Hillsborough, Liberal George Proud was re-elected for a third term. And as Sally Pitt reports tonight, he's calling it his sweetest victory yet.
This is the dirtiest, lowest, meanest campaign I've ever been involved in.
George Proud's campaign was marred by revelations of personal financial difficulties, but he says he just kept his head up and kept going.
As I went door to door, the people said to me, look, this is your own personal responsibility. You look after that and we'll look after you.
But it wasn't a sure thing. Campaign workers watched anxiously as results trickled in. Finally, a Liberal victory became clear. Proud won the seat by 1,800 votes.
This is one of the sweetest victories I've ever had, but I owe it all to you people and to the electors of Hillsborough, so thank you very much.
A sweet victory for Proud, but he and his family paid the price.
2.5 weeks ago, our family went through hell. There are citizens out there who tried to destroy my family, and there's no one more important to me than my children and my grandchildren. As a very private person, I was devastated by this.
New Democrat Dolores Crane was hoping to be part of the NDP surge in Atlantic Canada. She captured 31% of the vote. Unprecedented for the federal NDP on the island, but not enough to take her over the top.
There were a terrific number of people that had never voted NDP in their life, never even thought it would ever, that they would ever do that, and they certainly did it, and a lot of them did. So we were obviously talking about the right things.
It was a disappointing night for the Tory camp as well. Their candidate, Mitchell Tweel, placed third. But Tweel doesn't blame the defamatory posters plastered around the city last week for costing him the election.
I can give you 10 to 15 different excuses. I wasn't raised that way. I lost here tonight. I hold my head up. I put the pieces together. And tomorrow, it's a new beginning.
The Reform candidate, Blaine Jensen, finished a distant fourth with 477 votes. He calls it a building and learning campaign.
Oh, we're planting the seeds. We're cultivating the ground for a harvest in a future election.
George Proud's workers were glad to take some time to relax and savor their victory. It was a campaign Proud says he'll never forget, and he hopes never repeats.
And the great thing about it tonight is that some of the jackals are going home hungry. They won't have a lunch tonight going home, and that makes me feel good.
Sally Pitt, CBC News, Charlottetown.
In Malpeque, the Liberals were expecting to win, but they also expected they'd pay a price for all the cuts they've made over the past 3.5 years. And both predictions came true last night as Wayne Easter won the seat with a majority of just over 700 votes, compared to more than 5,000 the last time around. Ian Petrie with the Malpeque story.
Wayne Easter's headquarters.
There was a quiet confidence at Wayne Easter's headquarters in Cornwall. Every poll result pushed Easter a little closer to victory.
We knew we were in good shape. Wayne had really good receptions all the way through the riding. He came back and reported almost daily to us.
He was on the road every day, early morning, late at night. I'd find him in here at 7 o'clock in the morning, reading up on what was happening.
I knew Wayne would win. I knew it was going to be probably tighter than the last one, but he was up against a good candidate this time. But Wayne has made a terrific job in Ottawa, and he's a person who can stand up and talk with any of them up there.
The results elsewhere were a little more chilling for Liberals. Big losses in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, a breakthrough for the NDP.
It is kind of a shock when I look at the...
What's going on?
Well, I think a lot of it's provincial. Nova Scotia was the provincial government, and Newfoundland had it pretty hard. They had a lot of layoffs, and I think that's the change was.
This was a much tougher campaign for Easter than in 1993. Liberal cuts angered a lot of Maritimers. Easter understands, but worries about the next Parliament.
The Atlantic Caucus really was the conscience of the Liberal Party of Canada, fought strenuously for the issues in terms of the protection of the needs of Atlantic Canadians, and now I see a harder task before us in terms of the future.
One of the many remarkable stories in those totals, NDP leader Alexa McDonough.
At his home in Hazel Grove, NDP candidate Andy Wells enjoyed watching the NDP gaining seats at the expense of the Liberals.
Voters were pissed off, and they've shown that most eloquently, I think, tonight. Unfortunately, those in PEI weren't quite as pissed off as they were in other provinces.
A more subdued mood at the Pier restaurant in Stanley Bridge. Conservatives knew the Liberals were vulnerable, but on PEI anyway, couldn't move enough votes.
It seems only PEI is content with the performance of the Liberals in Ottawa, so the other provinces have just turfed them out. They've done what they should have done, as far as I'm concerned, and because Atlantic Canada has been devastated by Liberal policy.
Reform took about 3% of the vote in Malpeque. So Wayne Easter savors a second win in Malpeque. He hopes to join a Liberal Party in Ottawa more interested this time in building than cutting. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Cornwall.
In Egmont, the westernmost riding on the island, the story was much the same as in the others. Joe Maguire, the Liberal incumbent, was sent back to Ottawa for a third term, but his majority was cut from almost 4,000 in 1993 to less than 800 this time. Here's Bill Kendrick.
Liberal 71.
Liberal 71.
NDP 20.
NDP 20.
PC 75.
As the first results come in, Egmont Tories are jubilant. John MacDonald is winning a number of the polls.
Joe Maguire's home poll, he's only leading us within 10 votes of him. So does that speak well for the Liberal Party at all tonight in Egmont?
As they watch how well the Conservatives are doing elsewhere in Atlantic Canada, there's reason for optimism.
Well, of course, it makes me feel good, but it's a little too early in the game to get too excited.
Liberal 93. NDP 37. PC 92. Lost by 1.
MacDonald's caution, though, is well-founded. He's staying close to Maguire, but not close enough.
Yeah! I think we got it. Yes! Yes!
It appears Prince Edward Island is going against the trend in the rest of the Maritimes.
The Liberals, 5 and 6 for a total of 11. They don't have a lead in any riding in Nova Scotia.
Oh, there's a great one here. They're thick 448, 122 for them, 142 for us. I think we got her, Lou. I'm talking to Joe's brother, Lou, in Ottawa.
This is the third time Egmont voters have chosen Joe Maguire to represent them in Ottawa. However, when you add up the votes for the Conservatives and NDP, more people voted against Maguire than for him.
I think the Achilles heel on the EI was when we said we had it fixed a year and a quarter ago, and it turned out that it wasn't.
We went after it, and we went for the goal, and I think we came pretty close to it.
John MacDonald isn't sure why Islanders re-elected their Liberal MPs.
We got the same four MPs going back in, so what are they going to do different that's going to all of a sudden be great for PEI?
NDP success in Atlantic Canada.
At NDP headquarters just outside Richmond, there's only a handful of people around. Al Pitra is pleased with the fact he got twice as many votes as his party got in the last election.
It'll take a little bit more time for the traditional votes to disappear, for people to vote for the candidate themselves rather than vote for the old parties.
The champ.
Tonight, Joe Maguire is the champ, but the Liberals' hold on power is tenuous. Both his opponents say the government won't last another 4 years, and they'll be ready for him next time. Bill Kendrick, CBC News, Summerside.
Well, as some of our reports tonight have mentioned, the Liberal sweep in Prince Edward Island was very much the exception in Atlantic Canada. There are 32 seats in this region. Last time around, the Liberals won 31 of them. This time, though, they're down to 11. The rest were split between the Conservatives, who took 13, and the New Democrats, who took 8.
In New Brunswick today, Premier Frank McKenna was saying he advised the Prime Minister to hold off on the election because he knew the Liberals were going to take a hit. But since his advice was ignored, the federal Liberals now have to pay attention to the message Atlantic Canada has sent.
Atlantic Canadians probably knew the government was going to be re-elected, but they really wanted to send a strong message that they felt beaten up on. I think that in Ottawa they have got to listen now, and well, I hate to draw anything good out of what was a bad situation for the Liberal Party in Atlantic Canada. I think it is going to help us as premiers in getting our message to Ottawa that we really need an Atlantic vision from this government.
All told, the Liberals lost 20 seats in Atlantic Canada last night, some of them seats they didn't expect to lose, including Beauséjour-Petitcodiac, where the candidate was the son of Governor-General Romeo LeBlanc, and Acadie-Bathurst, where the Liberal contender was none other than the Defense Minister Doug Young. Here's Michelle Gunnard.
But life goes on, and we'll do something else tomorrow.
The king of Acadie-Bathurst has lost his crown. Doug Young, one of Canada's most powerful politicians, was dethroned last night by a grassroots rebellion against government cutbacks and EI reform. His caustic wit surfaced even in defeat.
I'll be at work on Wednesday. I don't go on EI.
NDP candidate Yvonne Godin rose to victory instead, riding on the wave of change sweeping the province.
The government, the federal government, has treated the Atlantic province the wrong way, and they have put the people in the misery.
Godin was one of the organizers of protests against EI reform in the north, a movement started by fellow NDP candidate Angela Vautour in the south. Her victory celebration was typical of her grassroots revolt, low budget and from the heart.
And the people have just sent the message, hold on, now that's enough. We're not taking it anymore. We're changing our way of voting.
Supporters of Liberal candidate Dominic LeBlanc refused to admit defeat, even after the riding was called in Vautour's favor. It took a speech by LeBlanc himself for the message to sink in.
And the message is clear. The government has to do more to look after people who are in need and to respond to those who are concerned about employment, about health care, and about many of the other issues that we spoke about in this campaign.
The defeated Liberals in what were formerly known as New Brunswick's safest seats will have 4 years to think about what to do differently. Michelle Gunnard, CBC News, Moncton.
In Nova Scotia, the Liberal experience was even worse. They were completely shut out, didn't win a single seat. And among the ones they lost was the Cape Breton riding of Bridor, home of Health Minister David Dingwall. Here's Frank King.
The writing was on the wall almost from the beginning. As the polls reported in here at Dave Dingwall's election headquarters in Glace Bay, it was clear he was in trouble. Behind in another poll, and another. It didn't matter how they added it up, it was going to be a defeat for the Liberals. For these party workers, the unthinkable was happening before their very eyes. Dave Dingwall, the Federal Minister of Health and MP for the old riding of Cape Breton East Richmond since 1980, was out. The man who brought tens of millions of government dollars to the struggling Cape Breton economy was told by the voters, that's not enough.
With 27% unemployment and healthcare being a very predominant issue, the doctors in Glace Bay, in terms of what they had said, a host of other issues really came home, and we saw the change quite dramatically in terms of what was taking place. Our private polling had us substantially ahead, but obviously we couldn't stem the tide.
For the federal New Democrats, the long wait is over. It's been 20 years since the last NDP election victory here, and according to Michelle Dockrell, the new Member of Parliament, 20 years later, the #1 issue is still jobs.
To the campaign, which some of the other parties have not made clear, is that jobs. And on Cape Breton Island, we have 27.4% unemployment. And I think that is the #1 priority that we're going to deal with.
The people who put Dockrell on the road to Ottawa hope she can do something about jobs. For the man who struggled with that problem for the past 17 years, it's time to meet old friends and reflect on what went wrong and make the best of a victory party with nothing to celebrate. Frank King, CBC News, Glace Bay.
One final note on the election for now. There were 2 former Islanders running in Ontario. David MacDonald, who once held Egmont for the Progressive Conservatives, was running for the NDP in the Toronto riding of Rosedale.
And Tom McMillan, who used to be the Conservative MP for Hillsborough, was running in Peterborough. They both lost.
And still to come in provincial news, because of the election, we've got more news. We have a new judge on Prince Edward Island, and we'll tell you about that in just a few moments.
That's right, but first, it was a cool day today and a risk of frost tonight. Kevin Boomer-Gallant, what's going on?
Oh, Buckles, it looks like we may have to make a rescue out there. No, it's just a seagull fighting with a buoy. Well, I'm here this evening and I'm with Buckles, the PFD, as it's Water Safety Week in Canada, and with some Red Cross program directors for the summer season up and coming. Don't forget, if you're out in the boat, wear your PFD. Enroll for swimming lessons at the Red Cross, all part of Water Safety Week in Canada. And it's good time for being inside in a pool, because the weather outside has been cool. And it's going to be cool but sunny for the next couple of days, warming up towards the weekend. I'll be back a little later in Compass, maybe in the pool, with all those weather details. We'll see you then. Which way to the beach, PFD there, man?
The election is, of course, our big story this Tuesday, and we'll have more on that later. But there were other things making news tonight as well. For one, Prince Edward Island now has a new provincial court judge. In a packed provincial courtroom, John Douglas was sworn in by Chief Provincial Court Judge Ralph Thompson. Judge Douglas has spent 23 years in a general practice defending and prosecuting criminal and tax law cases. He replaces Judge Gerald Fitzgerald, who has retired as a full-time judge.
There is a lot that I do not know, but I'm anxious to learn, and I will listen. I do not tend to see things in black and white. I will agonize over many decisions. I will not always be right. I expect, no doubt, many of my decisions will be criticized, often by the accused, sometimes by the general public. But with every decision, I will care. I will be hurting with the victim. I will also be hurting for the accused and the accused family.
Judge Douglas admitted that his new job will not be easy, and one he will not take lightly.
Taking a look at national news now, there is a new flood threat, this time in British Columbia, where the Fraser River is at its highest level in 20 years. Mike Chisholm reports now from Burnaby.
For the past 50 years, Nellie Forrest has lived here along the Fraser River. But it's been quite a while since she's seen the river like this.
It's the highest it's been for a long time. It's not as high as it was in 48 when I was here, but it's extremely high for this. We haven't had high water for quite a number of years.
Looking at the river, it's hard to see the danger, but government officials say that danger is on the rise. Environment officials say the Fraser is now at 6 meters, the alert stage, and that means emergency planning has begun. The province set up this emergency flood response team as a precaution, officials have already started calling municipalities on the lower mainland to warn them of possible flooding and to suggest they have sandbags close by just in case. It's now a matter of watching the river very closely. Unlike Manitoba, where everyone had 2 weeks' notice that the floods were coming, the Fraser, despite its size, can rise almost overnight. And with snow melting in the mountains and 3 days of rain forecast, officials are worried. The last major flood in the Vancouver area was in 1948. It caused millions of dollars of damage. Since then, the government has built 500 kilometers of dikes all along the Fraser River. Officials say that should protect over 95% of the population if the Fraser keeps rising. Mike Chisholm, CBC News, Burnaby.
In Winnipeg tonight, outrage over a court decision in a 5-year-old rape case. A judge has ruled that the victim, who was 12 at the time, was a willing participant in her own assault and reduced her attacker's sentence. Colleen Regent has our story.
This girl, who's now 17, was 12 when it happened. She's outraged that Manitoba Judge Kurt Twaddle has described her as a willing participant.
I don't trust men. I don't trust men at all, and I don't think I ever will.
The man who had sexual relations with her when she was 12 was sentenced to 9 months in jail. But on May 23rd, appeal judge Twaddle replaced the jail term with a community sentence and 120 hours of volunteer work. In his decision, he said the girl was apparently more sophisticated than many of her age and was performing many household tasks, including babysitting the accused children.
Well, I mean, ever since she was a little kid, I mean, I made her pick up her toys and she helped you with dishes. That doesn't make them sophisticated. I mean, that teaches them responsibility, and she was a responsible babysitter. She babysat for other people, too, but she definitely wasn't sophisticated. She still isn't.
Women's groups say any court reference to a 12-year-old as being a willing participant sets a dangerous precedent.
If this happens to any other girls at that age or even younger, it could be used against them.
Manitoba's justice minister says he doesn't agree with what the judge said either.
I certainly don't agree that a 12-year-old girl is a 12-year-old victim can be a willing participant.
Crown prosecutors are now investigating whether they can appeal the sentence to the Supreme Court of Canada. A decision will be made midweek. In the meantime, the 17-year-old girl says the decision has brought back some painful memories, and she may now have to seek more counseling. Colleen Regent, CBC News, Winnipeg.
Well, that's it for the news, but coming up in sports, Taekwondo teaches youngsters how to protect themselves. Nancy Russell has that story in a few moments.
Kevin Gallant is going to tell us tonight how to protect ourselves against frost in low-lying areas. We'll have the weather forecast when we come back.
Wondering about the best value for your dollar? You might want to weigh the options. Island Tel employs over 300 men and women on Prince Edward Island, buys local goods and services, supports island charities and community programs. All this, and offers a complete range of services at a truly competitive price, delivered right here on PEI. And what do the other companies offer? Island Tel. Now that's real value.
Every day, people have financial concerns. At Manulife Financial, we're helping millions of Canadians find real answers, creating flexible solutions to help you face the unexpected. In fact, Manulife is probably helping someone you know right now. Manulife Financial, helping you make better financial decisions.
Pit Row. We get them in and out in a hurry. Now you bring your car to Goodwrench and that's what you get. Lube, oil, and filter change in 29 minutes or your next one's free. You get a free 15-point inspection, free fluid top-ups, and a price we stick to. Only $23.95. And there's factory-trained technicians who work here. And here's the point. Goodwrench makes good sense. Goodwrench service at your Atlantic GM dealers.
There's something special about owning a John Deere. You wake up a little earlier on weekends. You skip morning coffee. And you really, really hate it when it rains. From trimmers to lawn and garden tractors, your John Deere dealer has all sorts of ways to make your work more enjoyable.
Sound the alarm! Come on! Wait, it's Kellogg's Raisin Bran. 2 scoops of raisins in Kellogg's Raisin Bran. 2 scoops. Yeah.
Now loaded with bigger raisins.
At Centennial Auto Body, our customers get top priority treatment. We give complete island coverage with our 3 locations in Summerside, Charlottetown, and Montague. From our clean reception area to our state-of-the-art downdraft bake oven. It's uncompromising quality all the way. So when the unexpected accident happens, trust us to repair and refinish it properly. Come and see the friendly people at Centennial Auto Body in Summerside, Charlottetown, and Montague.
Wednesday on Island Morning, fire in the Mount Stewart Marsh, an eyewitness account that's now made its way to the internet. Scott Fletcher on his extraordinary canoe trip on the Hillsborough River. And the Island Morning Yard Sale. We'll scan the items already donated for the June 13th Bargain Bonanza. And we'll learn more about the charity that will benefit. The people and events that make the island special on FM 96.
Tonight's weather is brought to you by Vogue Optical. For quality eyewear and a second pair of free policy every day, see Vogue Optical with 5 island locations.
Thank you very much. Well, I have my own fan club here this evening, and I made, I think it was a world record, was it? World record here at the Dutch Inn swimming pool. But it's National Water Safety Week in Canada. I'm here with the Red Cross swimming instructions this evening for younger children and kids at heart. And don't forget to practice water safety all through the year and the summer coming up. Don't forget to wear your PFD if you're out in a boat, and enroll in swimming lessons if you can't swim. It's a good idea for the great beaches here in Prince Edward Island. Well, the beaches were a little cool today. Let's check weather conditions around Prince Edward Island this afternoon. Here in Charlottetown, we had mainly cloudy skies at 9. Summerside at 10, Tignish 7, East Baltic 6 with lots of cloud. In New Brunswick, 13 degrees was the main temperature with lots of cloud. In Nova Scotia, temperatures 12 in Yarmouth, 15 in Greenwood. Halifax 16 with sunshine. Pictou mainly cloudy at 9. Sydney was sunny at 8 degrees. Well, that was our maritime day today. Let's check the rest of the nation this afternoon. Up north in Yellowknife today, 15 sunny degrees. Whitehorse sunny at 16. Rain in Vancouver at 15. Overcast in Calgary at 18 degrees. Regina sunny at 23. Winnipeg overcast at 25. Toronto sunshine at 21. Ottawa had the sunshine at 23 degrees. Montreal sunny at 22. Nice temperatures in central Canada. Drizzle out in St. John's, Newfoundland at 4. Boston overcast and cool at 14. And Orlando, lots of sunshine at plus 29 degrees. Do you want me to see me do a handstand? Yeah! Okay, just a little later. Well, the reason for the cool conditions across the Maritimes today is a high-pressure system ushering in northerly winds, and it did pick up lots of moisture from the Gulf, giving Prince Edward Island lots of cloudy periods with that northerly flow, and it's going to continue tomorrow. A little more northeasterly, cool temperatures, but sunshine, maybe a brief shower on Thursday. The temperatures are warming up for the weekends. With that, let's recap the island forecast. For tonight, we are looking for mainly clear skies, a few cloudy periods, and it's going to give patchy frost in valleys and low-lying areas in the island, a low of 4 degrees. Winds diminishing somewhat out of the north at 20 kilometers per hour. Tomorrow, mix of sun and cloud, remaining cool, a high of only 12. Winds northeast at 20 kilometers per hour. Long-range outlook for Thursday, mainly cloudy, chance of showers, staying cool at 11. Then the warm-up for Friday, sun and cloud at 17 degrees. And Saturday, lots of sunshine at 19. And we're looking forward to those temperatures Friday and Saturday. Well, don't forget, it's National Water Safety Week. and practice water safety all through the year, especially with the summer coming up. How about a handstand now? Okay, I'm going to give a handstand. I'll be back in the studio a little drier at about 5 to 7 to recap the island forecast. We'll see you then. Okay, here goes.
Oops, he missed. Well, still to come, a journalist, a politician, and an academic. We'll take a look at last night's federal election results.
And sports is next with taekwondo and rugby. Stay with us.
This perfect moment is brought to you each and every night by the Serta Perfect Sleeper. Serta, we make the world's best mattress.
My job basically is to get the best everyday low price for my customers. That's Walmart. We want to be lower than our competition's sale price every day. We go to the manufacturers and work with them to get the best prices. I know how tough it is on parents. Mom, I have to have boxer shorts. You can't compromise quality. It really makes me proud when I see kids wearing garments that I know they've bought from Walmart. I've got better prices on some items now than we had 5 years ago.
This summer, rediscover Canada. But first, rediscover the new 98 Windstar. Discover the incredible value of Canada's best-selling extended-length minivan, available for the first time for only $249 a month. Discover the security of a 5-star safety rating. Move up to the luxury of quad captain's chairs and the most powerful engine in its class for only $49 more. So rediscover Windstar now, because value like this won't last forever.
Route 1 East to Route 3 to Route 24. Nestled in the hills of Bellevue, you'll find Ben's Lake. For serious sports fishing, or for a day of family fun.
Proud fishermen. Get hooked on fishing at Ben's Lake. You'll find us in Bellevue.
Let the knowledgeable and experienced staff at McKenna's Furniture help you find the right floor to suit your budget and decor. McKenna's has hundreds of styles and colors from all the leading manufacturers of today. Carpet, vinyl, laminate, and hardwood flooring. Whether you're building or renovating, see McKenna's selection of fine floorings and ask for an estimate. A beautiful room begins with beautiful flooring. From McKenna's Furniture.
For 20 years or more, bringing comfort through your door. An island home tradition, McKenna's Furniture.
Years ago, the personal computer was invented in a garage.
Cool. Hey, check this out.
So why is it that about the only place to buy one today is in a warehouse?
Hello? Can anybody help me?
Well, Computer Renaissance is different. We think that buying a personal computer should be a personal experience. And we sell used computers that can do everything you need for a lot less money than at a warehouse.
I have a question.
Computer Renaissance. We buy, sell, and trade used and new computer equipment.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by your Atlantic Ford and Mercury dealers, home of the Ford F-Series, Canada's #1 selling vehicle.
Tonight in sports, an innovative taekwondo program in island schools and senior high rugby. Here's Nancy.
We are here tonight at Charlottetown Rural, where they are playing the AA rugby semifinals. In the men's division, Colonel Grey is playing Three Oaks. Then it's Bluefield against Charlottetown Rural. The women's semifinals feature Three Oaks versus Charlottetown Rural, then Colonel Grey versus Bluefield. The A Division semifinals and finals are scheduled for tomorrow. The AA finals will be Thursday. In the Charlie Ryan Baseball League tonight, Summerside plays Piazza Joe's at 6:45. In Kings County Baseball, Georgetown travels to Cardigan, and there are doubleheaders tonight in the Kings County and Queens County Ladies Softball Leagues. Well, many people associate the sport of Taekwondo with the martial arts and the concept of self-defense. But the PEI Taekwondo Association has found a new way to apply its sport. The association is putting on a series of presentations on preventing child abduction, and we attended a session recently for a grade 9 class at Stone Park Junior High.
What you need to do is buy yourself some time. If you try to escape running down the street, he's going to catch you.
Austin Boyd of Taekwondo PEI uses 2 benches and 2 volunteers to show what students should do if a stranger tries to get them into a car. He also shows them some simple escapes if someone grabs them.
Really hard. 2 times between the legs. Okay, 1, 2, and then move. And every time I turn on the television, like even in Halifax and St. John, New Brunswick, and places like it's happening all around us, but I hear more about abductions and assaults than I hear about prevention courses. He's really strong. So you step this way, and look how much weaker he is. Okay? Yeah? And we do here. Okay? Excellent. Good.
Boyd puts on the demonstrations for free, and he insists the students are in no way pressured to sign up for Taekwondo after the session. Boyd is writing a thesis on child safety as one of the requirements for his 5th degree black belt, and he seems to have found a willing audience.
Just very quickly, push, and you escape. You're gone.
I think most people stress self-defense and things like that, which I do believe is important. But this program stresses teaching kids to be aware of dangers and to avoid them, avoid getting into situations that could be harmful.
Even though these students live in small communities, Austin Boyd says they need to be aware of the dangers, even outside the city limits.
We live in the country. We don't have to worry about it. What people don't realize is that if you were standing out on a country road tomorrow night, how often would a police car pass by? Right? So it is an area, I'm sure, that's just as dangerous as Charlottetown.
Boyd admits that the key, though, is to make the students aware without scaring them.
Try not to scare them, because if you scare them, what you're going to have then is a bunch of paranoid kids, and we don't want that.
There's more attackers on PEI than you think. It's not like it's a small place, but there's still bad people around.
Did that surprise you?
Yeah, a bit, because you don't think there's much can happen to you in a little place like PEI.
Just always be aware, like looking over my shoulders and checking to make sure there's nobody around, and walking with groups, I guess, is probably the big thing, and not walking alone.
Is this something that you think you have to be worried about in PEI?
Well, yes, but not as much so like as if I was in Halifax or Toronto or Montreal, but it is sort of.
Taekwondo PEI has finished its abduction courses for this school year, but the association hopes to put on the classes in even more schools next fall. In the NHL tonight, it's Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Red Wings were 4-2 winners in the first game of this series. Coach Terry Murray, the Philadelphia Flyers, has shuffled his lineup. He's looking for more speed and more goals in Game 2 against Detroit. And Garth Snow will replace Ron Hextall in net for the Flyers. The Red Wings, meanwhile, are going with virtually the same lineup as for Game 1. And one other NHL note, late this afternoon, the Washington Capitals fired head coach Jim Schoenfeld. Meanwhile, in tennis, there will be 2 new champions at this year's French Open in Paris. Defending champions Yevgeny Kafelnikov and Steffi Graf were both eliminated today. And that is our look at sports from the AA Rugby semifinals here at Charlottetown Rural.
Thanks very much, Nancy. We're going to take a quick break. In 2.5 minutes, when we return, we've got some panelists to talk about last night's federal election.
In the news, excitement is growing over the new brake technology announced by Midas. When tested on yellow cabs in San Francisco, these new carbon metallic brake pads lasted 29% longer than ordinary brake pads. Cab owners are delighted. Since they'll be spending less on brake repairs, they can now afford to spruce up their fleets.
New performance friction carbon metallic brake pads, now at Midas.
Our neighborhood in Atlantic Canada was settled by our Celtic forefathers almost 2 centuries ago, bound by the warm waters of Northumberland Strait and a sit-back and relax ferry service. This neighborhood has grown into 2 of the most historic and beautiful regions of Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. This summer, discover our roots and maybe some of your own in Pictou County, Nova Scotia and eastern Prince Edward Island.
Men never focus on the journey, just the destination.
No way.
Take this treasure hunt game.
Not my game.
For men, the thrill is the treasure.
$10,000 is nice.
For women, it's the quest, piecing together the clues.
New Scratch and Win treasure hunt. A little more scratching, a lot more fun.
Hey, I won.
So what happened to the journey?
Oh,
Play new treasure hunt today.
Maybe it's because their frames are welded instead of bolted. Or because their decks are stamped from a single piece of steel.
Oh, you guys.
Or maybe it's the fact that they have a high resale value.
Oh, hey, I always wanted one of these. Thanks.
But the truth is, when people are asked what kind of lawn tractor they'd like as a gift,
Happy birthday, Dad.
most say the same thing.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
A home takes careful planning. That's why we trusted the experts at Bagnall's. Their home design consultants helped us make those crucial decisions. We received a free estimate and lots of advice.
And Bagnall's handled all our lumber and building supply needs.
We love our new home.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
Well, for most of us, last night was a long, late one. To discuss the implications and reasons for last night's election results, we've gathered three people into our studio tonight. We welcome David Milne, UPEI professor in the Political Studies Department. Politician, Liberal MLA Nancy Guptill worked for Joe Maguire's campaign in Egmont, and Steve Sharrett heads the Guardian's Bureau down in our good community of Montague. Let's start with you, David. While the country gave the Liberals a slim majority last night, Prince Edward Island took the Liberal Party with open arms. Why?
Well, I wouldn't say it's open arms. I mean,
Well,
if you really look at...
Four Liberals are going back.
We've got our 4 seats, but in every case, there's serious erosion in the level of support. And I think there is a question, maybe it's one that we should explore, on why PEI would remain even to that level loyal. But certainly you can read the erosion of support.
The closest margin was down, Steve, in your neck of the woods, in the riding of Cardigan, and landslide Macaulay, 97 votes. What happened there?
Well, Mr. Macaulay almost became political awful, and oddly enough, if you look closely at the polls, he actually he won in Suri, which is where the Houston Fisheries fire was, and people have been terribly worried about employment and jobs, and so it's an interesting, nobody expected him to do quite so well up there, I'm sure.
Especially in the Surrey area. Nancy, up west, the opposition really never materialized against Joe Maguire. Why not? What happened?
Well, I think, Roger, in my mind, what happened, I think that during the provincial election, that the Liberals took the brunt of the federal fall-off, and I think that probably after we had our bruising, the healing started, and I think that's why things were inclined to build up. And really not bad representation from the 4 MPs, in my own mind.
Okay, you're Jean Chrétien. There's 4 Liberals on Prince Edward Island. Who gets the cabinet post?
I'd probably argue Macaulay would get it. If you're right that this is a strong delivery of PEI for the Liberals, then the lead minister would probably get the nod.
And what area?
That's a good question. I haven't a clue.
Wouldn't want to be able to make that call either, Roger, but I would hope that we would see a senior ministry.
So something more than Secretary of State.
That's right, and maybe even a little Secretary of State on the side. Who knows?
Okay.
I mean, we have the Atlantic region. We certainly delivered from Prince Edward Island, and the pickings are pretty good here.
Steve?
Well, being so high profile and almost losing and paying the price politically, I would assume that would be turned around, and Mr. Macaulay would be given quite a cabinet posting of right in the top regions of Chrétien's government.
Now, with the slim majority, David, do the 4 MPs here hold the balance of power? Are we as strong now as those 101 members of Parliament in that big province of Ontario?
Yeah, I think Wayne Easter, was pointing out that the numbers are down and worrying about it. I think in some respects, when you're that close, with only 4 or 5 seats over a majority with the Liberals, they got to pay a lot more attention to this region than they did when they had 31 seats in Atlantic Canada. So in that sense, yes, I think all of them are going to be listened to, and Atlantic Canada sent a message, and I think the Liberals have understood it.
So does that mean that there's going to be no jobs transferred by one MP out of the community where you're representing?
Well, I would hope so, Roger.
Down to his riding in the future?
I would think so. Maybe we could pick off from other provinces, I don't know, but I don't, in all seriousness, I think that you'll probably see each voice having its own strength. and being paid attention to, and much better representation from that point of view.
But will they have different roles, the four members from here, Steve, as you look at the results?
Well, you know, a few years ago, Jean Chrétien wrote a book called Straight from the Heart, and it's obvious with this message here from Atlantic Canada that the Liberal government needs a heart transplant. And there's no question about it that somebody's got to go in there and be a little nicer about and get rid of the mean, miserly times here. I think we've gone through enough, and most Atlantic Canadians agreed in Monday night's election.
But what, Nancy, has to happen out of Ottawa to appease the 11 members that they're going to sit on the government side in the next House of Commons?
Well, I think, Roger, if you look ahead and see what has happened fiscally, the budget is getting, the deficit's getting under control. I think you'll see dollars flowing a bit more freely, not too far off. And I think all of that will be returned to the province. And I think that you'll find that we will really be the social conscience that the old Liberal Party has had. And I think that the Liberal government, I think Chrétien will listen to this and bring him back to that reality of what Atlantic Canada really is all about.
Gentlemen, at the end, I know is just wanting to talk about regionalization of these parties, national unity. Put that in perspective now that you know the results.
Well, the amazing thing, I think, is with our first-past-the-post system, what it means is it gives an absolute majority of seats to the Liberals when they've in fact got less than 40%. It gives Reform Party 60 seats when it's within less than 1 percentage points of the PCs when they in fact have only 20. So the reason for this is that the parties that are able to concentrate their appeal in one particular part of the country clean up at the expense of parties that have good distribution but spread more evenly across the country. And it really makes leaders like Preston Manning, who's very strong out west, push those hot buttons on Canadians to anti-Quebec kinds of appeals without worrying so much and still be able to hold their seats. So that's a worry, and I think he's going to continue to do that in the official opposition, and that's likely to be the style of Parliament we'll be facing. And my odds are that he's going to be hated object number one, not the Liberals, in the new Parliament. If you look from both Liberal, Conservative, NDP, and Bloc are all going to be on to reform.
But people in Quebec are going to say, hey, if that's federalism, we don't want to be any part of it.
But I don't think it's going to translate into being such a horrific situation. I think you'll find that a majority is a majority, whether you like it or not, how slim it is. And you do have representation of these other parties, the regionalization parties. They will bring that same mix to the table. And I believe that will probably give a better Canadian view, if you will, from the regional end of where we have the pickings of those, of the Reform, the Bloc. A voice will be heard. It'll be heard at the table, but we still have that majority no matter how slim.
And what is the role in Prince Edward Island politicians on that national unity issue?
The role? Well, basically it's, you know, the Atlantic voice has to be very strong here, obviously. But I think the whole idea of I'll go out on a limb here and say that the whole idea of the fractured sense of parties across Canada now, a lot of people are ruining Reform and these kinds of other the Bloc Québécois, etc. But I will suggest that maybe that whole fractured sense will shake up the status quo. We've been used to the two-party system for so long that maybe in the long run it'll be good and things will come back together in the long run.
And the encouraging thing with this, I think, is at least we brought back the voices of NDP and Conservatives that we haven't even heard for the last 4 years. I think a lot of the people who are commenting here are missing that point. It's going to make a big difference to the voice of Parliament to have those parties back.
It's going to be an interesting Parliament. I thank you all. Time goes so quickly.
It sure does.
We'll be back to wrap things up with Kevin and Sarah after these messages. Stay with us.
Dad's such a jolly good fellow. Why not give him a Dairy Queen frozen cake this Father's Day? They're deliciously handsome. And they're DQ through and through.
Island Activewear.
Check it out.
Island Activewear. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Jamie Brown of Brown's Auto Service. We've expanded our business and are now your one-stop auto service shop.
We'll keep you and your car cool this summer with our air conditioning services.
Call Brown's Auto Service for your complete air conditioning needs.
I don't know most of the people driving Saturns, but I sure know about half of them anyway. There's our daughter-in-law, Sally. She must go to potluck supper.
Hi, Sal. I wonder what you made this time.
There comes George and Kate.
Oh, yeah, that's Sally's sister. Now she's the sixth one to buy the Saturn. Hi. There's Barbara
and Mike. My daughter and son-in-law.
They were the first ones to buy the Saturn. Keep your
Now
heart.
they got a second
Hi.
one. There's Susie. Her daughter's going to buy a Saturn.
Watch the road, too.
Yes, ma'am.
James is a very productive employee when it comes to doing repetitive type work and doing it.
No time for regional news tonight, but Kevin Boomer Gallant joins us with news from the region of the West.
The door.
It's smooth, it's soft, it's deliciously mellow. It's new Relax from Vachon. Relax, the most easygoing cakes around.
Patio stones and steps from Marley Concrete Products take every active get-together in stride. Low maintenance and always ready to put in a beautiful social appearance, Marley Concrete patio stones and steps are manufactured in all kinds of sizes and shapes to suit your needs. Choose attractive and practical patio stones and steps from Marley Concrete for easy installation, versatility, and affordability.
Insist on Marley Concrete Products at your local building supply or call us at 836-4343.
The Flyers and the Red Wings battle for hockey's highest honor.
Time of the unexpected, the time of the upsets.
The Stanley Cup Championship continues tomorrow on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. Bringing the story home. The National. Television to call our own. Watch Street Sense this Sunday afternoon on CBC.
Compass, the CBC News for Prince Edward Island with Roger Yunker and Sarah Fraser.
In the news tonight, one-way tickets. Northumberland Ferries comes up with a way to compete with the bridge.
Green Gables 2. Drilling is about to begin in PEI's latest attempt.
And young and proud. New campaign to give island youngsters a sense of nation. Hi and good evening, everyone. Northumberland Ferries has come up with what it thinks is a way to compete with the Confederation Bridge and at the same time cut the cost of a trip to the island.
It still needs federal approval, but the idea is to start selling new, cheaper one-way tickets, which would allow people to come to the island for free on the bridge and use the new tickets to leave on the boats. Ian Petrie reports.
PEI in 1997. There's excitement, convenience, and novelty with the opening of the Confederation Bridge, and right now, much better value. Take a family of 4 with 2 kids over 5 years old leaving PEI. The bridge costs $35 no matter how many people are in the car. At Northumberland Ferries in eastern PEI, the same family would pay $59.50. For a budget-conscious family, that's a big difference. The boss at Northumberland Ferries has had an idea to change this for months.
We're coming with a toll booth on both sides.
So that
persons that come on the link free will be able to leave cheaper by Northumberland Ferries and going back to the link.
So this may be one way of giving the experience of being on the ferry one way or the other without feeling that you paid too much.
That's exactly what it is. It's our marketing ploy.
With a toll booth on both sides, now the family of 4 is choosing between $35 on the bridge and $29.75 for the ferry. Northumberland Ferries becomes much more competitive. McLean has submitted this proposal to Transport Canada in Ottawa. Officials there say they're actively looking at it and should have an answer in a couple of weeks. They say they have a lot to consider. If McLean gets his way, tourists may well come on to PEI free on the bridge and swing down to Wood Islands to leave. That would cut into Strait Crossing's toll revenues, and obviously the company wouldn't like it. Northumberland Ferries will use whatever political clout it can muster. A re-elected Lawrence McCauley supports the idea. So does Premier Pat Binns. What the company doesn't know is who will be the new transport minister. David Anderson knows the file well and has just gone through a difficult set of negotiations on bridge tolls. Would that affect his decision? If there's someone new, then the lobbying from both sides starts all over again. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Defeated Conservative candidate Dan Hughes has decided not to ask for a recount. He was thinking about it after election night results in Cardigan showed him losing to Liberal Lawrence McCauley by 97 votes. But today, after the count was double-checked, the margin turned out to be 99 votes, and Hughes says he's not going to challenge it. Liberals were elected in all 4 of the island's ridings.
An island man has become the first person in Atlantic Canada to receive a simultaneous heart and liver transplant. 43-year-old John Bobby Manning of Charlottetown had the operation Saturday at the QE2 Health Sciences Centre in Halifax. It took 12 hours, and doctors say they're very pleased with his progress.
Just hours to go now until drilling begins in Prince Edward Island's latest adventure in natural gas exploration. It's in Cavendish, and Bill Kendrick has the story for us.
Cavendish is extremely valuable to the island economy. Every year, hundreds of thousands of tourists come to visit Green Gables, but soon Cavendish may become known for more than the final resting place of Lucy Maud Montgomery. It towers 155 feet into the air. It can be seen for miles around as you approach Cavendish from New Glasgow. For some of the local inhabitants, the giant rig doesn't hold much fascination, but it could hold great significance for the rest of the island.
We're at the point where we're just able to start drilling. We should be able to start drilling late tonight or early tomorrow.
Workers were putting some of the finishing touches on the drill platform today. Tests have shown there is natural gas just over 7,000 feet below the surface, but it'll take about a month to reach it.
We should be able to drill, say, 600-700 meters a day at the start. Down deeper, it may go down to, say, 300 feet a day.
This isn't the first time someone has tried drilling for natural gas here.
There was a well drilled on this formation 25 years ago today by Hudson's Bay Oil and Gas, and they started on June 4th, 1972.
Back then, they didn't find enough gas to make it worthwhile. However, times and technology have changed. Any natural gas the well produces is expected to be used to generate electricity for island industries. Bill Kendrick, CBC News, Cavendish.
News tonight of a new tourist attraction for the island. The old Fairyland Fun Park, a few kilometers west of Charlottetown, is being turned into a new resort to be called Encounter Creek. More tonight from John Jeffrey.
Nowhere near Cavendish, where most tourism development dollars go. But Robin and Ray Chase are investing heavily in this fun park on the old Fairyland site in New Haven. They bought Fairyland a year ago and are creating a whole new tourism attraction in what's known as the South Shore area of Prince Edward Island. They're building the island's only wave pool, which is almost identical to the one in Moncton, and a plastic everslide, which is a summer sledding hill unique to North America.
We bought it, and now we're investing in it. We're going to put a couple $1 million into it this year alone. A couple million. Yep.
You think it's worth it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Why?
The island needs something like this. The island needs a different kind of park. It needs a boost to the tourism industry. I mean, everything that's been here has been here, and there's not a lot of change going on except for the bridge. And I think the island just needs a different kind of park. A park for everybody of all ages.
The Chases are also putting in an NHL hockey simulator and virtual reality games. The hiking trails will be upgraded, along with some of the older attractions which were part of the original Ferryland.
Well, besides our personal investment, we also have gone to the Business Development Bank of Canada and ACOA. Tourism is growing. There's no reason that we shouldn't take advantage of it and, you know, build up a major tourist attraction. The island doesn't have one. We want to be a destination like Cavendish and like the Confederation Building.
Robin and Ray Chase have put their life savings into Encounter Creek, and they're already planning a phase 2 and 3, which would include cottages, a campground, and lazy river ride. They believe that an attraction like this, 10 minutes from Charlottetown, will work, especially with more tourists coming across Confederation Bridge to the island. But they won't know whether this investment will pay off until after they open near the end of this month. John Jeffrey, CBC News, New Haven.
A Supreme Court judge refused today to order an immediate start to the new French school in Summerside. The courts have already ruled that Francophone children there have a right to their own school, and today parents asked the court to order the provincial government to get on with it. However, the government is appealing, and the judge said the appeal has to be dealt with first. But Justice Amanda Roche, quote, strongly urged the government and the French School Board to work together now to develop French programs.
Well, it's never too early to start thinking about national unity. At least that's how the Lions Club sees it. And today it followed up with the launch of a unity campaign aimed at 6-year-olds. Here's Ian Petrie.
Many people are saying, if not singing, "Oh Canada," after a federal election campaign that showed huge differences across the country on the unity issue.
There's a new project out called Project Pride.
Lions clubs across the country want kids to start thinking about the country they live in. They're trying to give all grade 1 students a flag and a certificate.
It says, "My country is Canada. I'm free to be regardless of my color or beliefs. The symbol of my country is the maple leaf. I'm proud to be a Canadian." And then your name and the date of the presentation will be here and presented by the Cornwall Lions Club.
Each student received a certificate with their name engraved on it and a flag. They all like the idea of a flag. Ideas like patriotism and national unity are a little harder to grasp.
What do you think you'll do with it?
Put it in my room, put it in my room, set it on my dresser. I guess I'll take it through Canada today, and I'll use my other flag that I have at home.
What are you going to do with your flag?
Maybe take it home and show it to my mom.
What are you going to do with your flag?
Might play with him. This. I might put it in my bedroom and hang it up on the wall. Okay. I think it's a good country and it's a good place to live. Or I might bring it out and put it in the sandbox and let it go like this.
Lions clubs plan to give away tens of thousands of flags to grade 1 students across the country this year and into the future. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Cornwall.
And there's nothing wrong with putting it in the sandbox and letting it flutter about. Still to come, national, international news. Jacques Chrétien said today he'll announce his cabinet in a week's time. We'll have details on that in just a minute.
But first, a very cool day today.
To say the least.
Let's see what Kevin Boomer Gallant has to say about that.
Okay, Martha, just pump it up there. How's it look? Pretty good? Yeah. Oh, yeah, lots of pressure here. Well, I'm getting my blood pressure checked here tonight. It's Stroke Awareness Month in Canada. And how's it look there? Pretty good, kids?
Looks like 10.
Oh, 10. Ooh, boy, I better get running here. And I'm with some survivors of stroke. And we're all down at Peaks Quay here this evening. May go for a little walk or a jog, but like to get warmed up. Boy, the weather has been cold. And speaking of pressure, a low pressure system is going to move by tomorrow. Maybe a scattered shower, but things looking better towards the weekend. I'll be back a little later in Compass with my blood pressure checked and all those cool weather details. We'll see you then. Okay, try it now. How's that? 15.
Tonight in the Health File, a nurse advises women to develop a network for their heart health.
So the issue of social support for older women is actually a very important question to ask. What are the community resources available to them?
And the date rape drug. That's later in the show.
Prime Minister Jean Chrétien was talking today about the election, the new parliament, and the future. He says his new cabinet will be sworn in a week from today, and he gave a sneak preview of what his priorities will be in his second term in office. Julie Van Dusen reporting tonight from Ottawa.
The Liberals lost 22 seats on Election Day, but Prime Minister Jean Chrétien isn't spending a lot of time worrying about that. He's stressing the positive. It's the first back-to-back majority for the Liberals in nearly 50 years.
Security of employment in my job is not great.
In the next week, the Prime Minister will meet his cabinet, his MPs, and appoint new cabinet ministers to replace the two who were defeated in Atlantic Canada.
In Atlantic Canada, they felt they need more government intervention there than in other places in Canada. And they expressed that.
Chrétien welcomed the return of the Conservatives and the NDP. He believes they will contribute to a positive atmosphere in the House of Commons.
I'm very happy that the Conservative Party and the NDP Party, two national parties that don't feed on division, will be back in the House of Commons. That is a very positive step for me.
He says support for federalism in Quebec has grown with the renewed strength of the Conservatives in the province, and that's good news for national unity.
You know, there was a very serious decline in the vote of the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, despite of what they say. It is the lowest score by any separatist party in Quebec since 1973.
Chrétien says Preston Manning's showing in the West is not a protest vote against the Liberals. He says Westerners wanted to get rid of the Bloc as official opposition.
They were not too happy to have a separatist party getting up every day in the House of Commons. And they knew that if they were to vote for Mr. Manning, they were to have the slot of being the leader of the opposition.
Chrétien says the past 4 years of cuts haven't been easy. In the next 2 years, he promises to eliminate the deficit and devote the surplus to social programs and tax cuts. Julie Van Dusen, CBC News, Ottawa.
Fire today at one of Ontario's biggest hospitals, the Sunnybrook Hospital in Toronto. It was in a wing set aside for war veterans, many of whom are in wheelchairs. Havard Gould reports.
The first alarm was quickly followed by another and then two more. The huge response, more than 50 emergency vehicles dispatched, because firefighters know hospital fires can quickly turn into major disasters.
Any other type of occupancy where people can look after themselves is a lesser risk. This is our utmost priority, a hospital.
Staff and residents alike were overcome by smoke and stress. 130 of the residents, almost all war veterans, were removed.
Well, I had an explosion, and I didn't see anything but smoke, and I got the hell out of there.
Officials say the fire started in a private room in a mattress, and they suspect the resident who died was smoking in bed, not in a designated smoking room. This resident says the smoking rules were well known and often broken.
It's been very, very rigid. It's been a very difficult situation, and we have installed special smoking rooms for everyone to go to. It's been a very difficult thing to enforce.
I wouldn't say it's an ongoing problem, but it is a regular part of the security officer's job to make sure that people aren't smoking in areas that they shouldn't be.
A full investigation is now underway, and officially, all possible causes are being looked into. Havard Gould, CBC News, Toronto.
Tens of thousands of people attended a candlelight vigil in Hong Kong today to mark the 8th anniversary of the massacre in China's Tiananmen Square. This could be the last big pro-democracy protest in Hong Kong before the handover in July. The story tonight from Raymond Saint-Pierre.
This year, the focus of the annual candlelit vigil was the Pillar of Shame, an 8-meter-high statue of twisted bodies symbolizing oppression. 8 years ago, hundreds, possibly thousands of people were killed when Chinese military took over Tiananmen Square and crushed demonstrations that had been going on for weeks. Organizers of the candlelit vigil asked China to stop describing the Tiananmen pro-democracy movement as a counter-revolutionary rebellion. They want the Chinese government to admit it was wrong when it sent its troops to repress the protest. They also asked for the release of all political prisoners in China.
We vow that no matter what they do to us next year, we will continue to hold these activities, and we hope that the people of Hong Kong will still turn out
because we believe that it's even more significant if under Chinese soil we can continue with commemoration activity.
Today's event was charged with emotion because of fears that Hong Kong may lose the right to hold such rallies after it reverts to Chinese rule on July 1st. The Beijing-approved government that takes over Hong Kong next month plans to give police greater powers to ban demonstrations. Raymond Saint-Pierre, CBC News, Hong Kong.
Britain's most popular rock band is at the center of what could be a precedent-setting legal battle. Sony Music, the record company for Oasis, is targeting people on the internet. Sony says websites that use the band's songs, lyrics, or videos are breaking copyright law, and it's threatening to sue. Here's Ann McMillan.
Last time Oasis hit the headlines, intra-band hostility threatened to break the group up. This time it's the internet which is causing a problem.
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you.
Oasis fans all over the world use recordings like this on their websites. Videos, photographs, and lyrics are also freely available. Sony Music, the band's record company, says this is a breach of copyright. They've sent a warning email threatening legal action if anyone uses their material without permission. Some webmasters have reluctantly removed copyright material from their sites. The challenge for Sony Music will be finding the right people in the right country to sue.
The internet does throw up a lot of different problems in relation to jurisdiction, but I think that just looking at doing a bit of surfing myself this morning, they could certainly sue in the UK, and I think sue successfully.
Although many of the offending websites have complied with the Sony Music demand, others are still showing Oasis material. Experts say it's only a matter of time before a legal precedent is set and a webmaster somewhere out there is charged with breach of copyright. Ann McMillan, CBC News, London.
Boy, the outcome of that will be interesting. And still to come, the NHL, the NBA, and the SRW in sports.
Summerside Raceway?
That's right.
Very good. Kevin Boomer Gallant, KBG, with complete weather details when we come back.
How do you shop for a dad with everything?
That's easy. Go to Canadian Tire's Father's Day sale.
I picked up a Weed Eater 8-inch electric trimmer for only $22.99. Not bad.
A Black & Decker 16-inch electric hedge trimmer is $47.99. What a deal.
Canadian Tire's been making dads happy for 75 years.
Everyday low prices? That's good.
Everyday low prices plus Canadian Tire's Father's Day sale? That's better.
Canadian Tire. Everyday low prices made better. This summer, rediscover Canada. But first, rediscover the new 98 Windstar. Discover the incredible value of Canada's best-selling extended-length minivan, available for the first time for only $249 a month. Discover the security of a 5-star safety rating. Move up to the luxury of quad captain's chairs and the most powerful engine in its class for only $49 more. So rediscover Windstar now, because value like this won't last forever.
What's the one part of your body that can never be too fat? Your eyelashes. I was the makeup artist on Evita. Max Factor's 2,000-calorie mascara. The brush is incredible. It makes your lashes up to 200% their normal size. Gives you a wonderful, dramatic look. If nature didn't give you fat lashes, then 2,000 calorie will. It seriously fattens the lashes. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Max Factor's 2,000-calorie mascara.
Gary, it's time I taught you something every man should know. How to eat an Oreo cookie. Here's yours. Twist it off. Oh, you did it. Just give it a lick. Now let's dunk it, just like a professional basketball player. Now you just learn to tie your shoelaces and you'll be all set.
Only Oreo. Mr. Christie, nobody bakes it better.
Check out one of this year's hottest trends in furniture, luxurious leather from McKenna's Furniture. With many colors to suit any decor, leather offers enduring quality and styling. The Leather Gallery at McKenna's has your best choices. And while you're at McKenna's, see PEI's largest display of Sklar-Pepler furniture. Beautiful styles in the latest fabrics. Sklar-Pepler, outstanding value for quality furniture.
20 years or more, bringing comfort through your door. An island home tradition, McKenna's Furniture.
Tempted by the fruit of another, tempted but the truth is discovered. What's been going on? Now that you have gone, there's no other. Tempted by the fruit of another, tempted but the truth is discovered.
Thursday on Island Morning, play the Sounds of the Yard Sale contest and win a music CD. And please get your donations in as soon as possible to the CBC in Charlottetown, PEI Farm Equipment in Summerside, or the Mall in Bloomfield. Also on Thursday, we welcome back Evie Davidson. Evie will share her personal story of breast cancer that led to a double mastectomy. Stories you want to hear weekdays on Island Morning.
Tonight's weather is brought to you by Vogue Optical. For quality eyewear and a second pair of free policy every day, see Vogue Optical with 5 island locations.
Okay, is that my blood pressure? Tomorrow's temperature there, Allison? 100. Is that Celsius? Woo! Well, I wish it was the temperature because it is awfully cool down here at Peaks Key this evening. I'm with Martha St. Pierre, Erin, getting my blood pressure checked. How does it look? Pretty good. Oh, I thought so. That jogging is paying off. And I'm with some stroke survivors and caregivers. And don't forget to recognize the symptoms of stroke. Again, Stroke Awareness Month in Canada. Stroke can hit anyone, and regardless of how healthy you are. So don't forget to recognize the symptoms. Boy, the symptoms and the weather tonight, very overcast and cool conditions as it was across the island today. Let's check those island weather conditions late this afternoon. Here in Charlottetown, under brisk northeasterly winds and overcast skies, we were 7 degrees. Summerside 9, Tignish and East Baltic at 5 degrees. In New Brunswick, overcast in the Miramichi at 9. The sun was out in Fredericton at 18, mainly cloudy in Moncton at 10. St. John sunny at 17. Nova Scotia, mixed sky conditions as well. Yarmouth 11, mainly cloudy. The sun was out at Greenwood at 15 and Halifax at 14. Pictou mainly cloudy at 7. Lots of sunshine but cool in Sydney at 9 degrees. How's it coming now? Oh, yeah, great blood pressure. Well, that was our maritime day today. Let's check the rest of the nation this afternoon. Up north in Yellowknife today, it's sunshine at 16 degrees, a lot warmer than us. Whitehorse showers at 17. Vancouver sunny at 17. Rain in Calgary at 16 degrees. Then we hit the heat in Regina at 27. Winnipeg and Toronto 25 with sunshine. A brief shower in Ottawa at 23. Sunny in Montreal at 23 degrees. Fogged in St. John's, Newfoundland at 5. Boston overcast, cool northeasterly winds at 13. And Orlando, lots of sunshine at 29 degrees. And here's some of the symptoms of stroke: vision problems, headaches, sudden weakness, trouble speaking, or dizziness. And that could be the sign of a stroke, so get medical attention if you see one of those symptoms occurring to you or someone else. But the weather, boy, it is cool down here this evening close to the water, and it's going to remain cool overnight tonight and tomorrow. And the northeasterly, easterly winds are going to continue, and that's going to keep us under the cool air, and possibility of drizzle developing overnight tonight and throughout the day tomorrow. But the good news is, late on Friday into the weekend, temperatures are going to push near the 20-degree mark with sunshine. Everybody likes that, right? Sure. All right, okay, with that, let's recap the island forecast. For tonight, we are looking for patchy drizzle to develop, and that's not very good news, especially when there's only a low of 4 degrees and the winds out of the northeast at 20 kilometers per hour. Tomorrow, mainly cloudy skies, patchy drizzle again. A high of 10 degrees, winds out of the northeast at 30 kilometers per hour. Cool day tomorrow. Long-range outlook for Friday, showers in the morning at 12. Saturday, mainly sunny at 18. Look at Sunday, lots of sunshine all the way up to 20 degrees. But don't forget Stroke Awareness Month in Canada. How's it look? How's it look, Martha? Perfect. Okay, you check it out here. Let me go for a run here to get my blood pressure up or down, depending on what Martha says. But I'll be back in the studio at about 5 to 7 to recap the island forecast. We'll see you then. You sure you passed this part of your exam? What?
You want to go for a run just to get your blood working. What?
That's right.
Hold it.
Well, Kevin was talking about the signs of stroke there.
Yes.
And there's a little bit more on that in the health file. A health educator is going to tell us why women should form and maintain a social support network for their heart health.
Okay, that's coming up a bit later. And up next, Nancy will bring us up to date with sports. So stay tuned for that.
Girl was out at sup when her lipstick came right off on her cup. It mustn't come off when you put it on, she cried, and we replied, Marathon. New Marathon, so transfer resistant, sip after sip. The color stays lush and more stays on your lip.
A fresh idea, fresh face to the world. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl.
They wanted to surprise me with Dad's special pancakes. Boy, did they get a surprise.
Uh-oh.
No problem. Uh-oh, big problem. Time to test this new stuff.
Introducing new Stronger Mr. Clean with even more muscle than before. New Mr. Clean muscles down under to lift off dirt faster, better than the leading pine cleaner. To get you off your hands and knees the easy way.
Now that's a surprise.
New Mr. Clean shines through even better than before.
At Carline Mufflers & More, you can depend on their fast, reliable service. John and his staff have been serving Islanders for over 20 years, repairing and replacing exhaust systems, brakes, and suspensions, all with a warranty included. They'd like you to know that even though they've changed their name to serve you better, they will still honor their previous customers' warranties. Carline also performs motor vehicle inspections. So when you want a professional to do a professional job on your exhaust system, brakes, or suspension, call the experts at Carline Mufflers & More, Charlottetown and Summerside.
Wondering about the best value for your dollar? You might want to weigh the options. Island Tel employs over 300 men and women on Prince Edward Island, buys local goods and services, supports island charities and community programs. All this, and offers a complete range of services at a truly competitive price, delivered right here on PEI. And what do the other companies offer? Island Tel. Now that's real value.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
Bagnall's cares about giving us an accurate estimate for the best value.
Providing us with quality lumber and building supplies.
They care about the efficiency and the beauty of our windows and how the paint will look in our home. Bagnall's cares about all those finishing touches to our home, inside
and out.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
Dad's such a jolly good fellow. Why not give him a Dairy Queen frozen cake this Father's Day? They're deliciously handsome. And they're DQ through and through.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by your Atlantic Ford and Mercury dealers, home of the Ford F-Series, Canada's #1 selling vehicle.
Tonight in sports, the NHL and the NBA Championship Series.
And the Summerside Raceway opens for the season. Here's Nancy.
We are here tonight at Memorial Field in Charlottetown, and the ball season is well underway now across PEI. Tonight in Youth A baseball, Charlottetown plays Stratford. There are 4 games tonight in the Orthodox Softball League, and this is also ball hockey night at Simmons Arena in Charlottetown. Games get underway at 7 o'clock and continue until 10. Also tonight, the Summerside Raceway opens for the season. The track will host 27 live programs this summer, including the Governor's Plate coming up in mid-July. The Summerside Raceway is coming off a successful season in 1996. The raceway was just one of 3 maritime tracks to see its wagering numbers increase last summer. Most of last year's increase in Summerside came during the month of July. and that's when the track hopes to do well again this season. Tonight, the Summerside Raceway features the Hunter River Drivers Challenge, which includes familiar faces such as Earl Smith and Albert Bernard. And a couple of other local sports notes. On Saturday and Sunday, the Atlantic Canada Golf Academy hosts the 2nd annual Junior Girls Golf Clinic. There are free golf lessons both days, and if you know any girls who may be interested in trying golf, they must register by tomorrow. And the City of Summerside is looking for ways to permanently recognize the Summerside Western Capitals in their National Hockey Championship. You can submit your ideas to the City of Summerside by June 16th. Sticking with hockey, the Detroit Red Wings are now just 2 games away from claiming their first Stanley Cup in over 4 decades. The score last night was the same as Game 1, 4-2 for Detroit, and there was déjà vu with the winning goal as well. Let's take Ron Hextall watched from the bench last night, and his Flyers got off to another rough start. Shel Samuelson's giveaway set up Brendan Shanahan and was 1-0 Red Wings on just the 2nd shot of the game. The Wings were up 2-0 when Rod Brindamore connected to get the Flyers on the scoreboard. He did it again a minute later, and the game was tied. But the long shot was again the undoing of the Flyers. Kirk Maltby beat Garth Snow to make it 3-2 Red Wings. And Bobby Clark may be wondering now why he didn't trade for another goalie. This goal, however, was not Garth Snow's fault. Lovely setup for Brendan Shanahan. He gets his 2nd of the game. And the Flyers are in deep trouble heading to Game 3 at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit.
Definitely. I mean, this was a big game for us. We had a couple days off here after that first win, but we didn't want to play like we were satisfied with the split. We wanted to come out and be hungry tonight.
Brendan, it was the same score, but it looked like it was harder earned tonight.
Yeah, I think so. You know, they fought back, tied it up on the power play, and seemed got their fans into it. And I still think we can improve a little bit in our end, and certainly, I think they're planning on doing that as well. They're a proud organization. They're going to come up flying next game.
Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tomorrow night in Detroit. And it is Game 2 tonight in the NBA Championship Series. The Chicago Bulls have a 1-0 lead after winning Sunday on Michael Jordan's shot at the buzzer. Every time Jordan and the Bulls take to the court, it feels like the whole world is watching, and that's because they are. Varen Black reports from Chicago.
Busloads of media people make their way inside the United Center. They're about to compete in their own contact sport, getting a piece of Michael, Scotty, Carl, and the rest of the 2 teams. A record 1,500 press credentials have been issued to reporters from 39 countries for the NBA Finals.
It's unbelievable. It's like a swarm of ants, just coming out and finding sugar. People running around trying to get, little bits of information.
Stephanie Magway is from France. She says it's a dream for European journalists to see none other than Michael Jordan.
Well, it's a real idol, someone like a god, because you just can't touch him, like here in Chicago.
And look who's on the cover of this Korean sports magazine.
We think Chicago Bulls get win for this season.
So they're going to win a 5th ring?
Yes.
When that happens, hordes of reporters, photographers, and producers will be there to see it and record it for millions of viewers in the U.S. and around the world. Some 175 countries will watch the final.
And that is our look at sports tonight from Memorial Field in Charlottetown.
Boy, it was cold at Memorial Field. I watched Nancy earlier, and she got about 4 layers of clothing on just to stay warm.
She needed her mittens today.
Yes. Well, regional news is still to come tonight.
And the health file is up next. Stay with us.
Everywhere I look around, love is in the air. Oh, love is in the
air. Published reports have shown that it's not getting older that ages your skin fastest. It's UV rays in ordinary daylight. So how can we help prevent our skin from looking older than it should? Dermatologists recommend a minimum level of SPF 15 every day. This level of UV protection has been combined with Olay moisturizers to moisturize your skin and help prevent the appearance of premature fine lines. And the name? Daily UV Protectant from Oil of Olay. Proof we can help you look younger.
Our neighborhood in Atlantic Canada was settled by our Celtic forefathers almost 2 centuries ago, bound by the warm waters of Northumberland Strait and a sit-back and relax ferry service. This neighborhood has grown into 2 of the most historic and beautiful regions of Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia. This summer, discover our roots and maybe some of your own in Pictou County, Nova Scotia and eastern Prince Edward Island.
Hi, I'm Ron Boyles of Boyles Optical. Have you had your eyes tested? Come into Boyles Optical, purchase prescription eyeglasses or prescription sunglasses, and we'll rebate the cost of your eye examination. Even if you're covered by an insurance plan, an eye examination compliments of Boyles Optical.
Find everything for your garden at Sidmount Gardens. Beautiful bedding flowers and hanging plants to a large variety of vegetable seeds and all things green. Great service and convenient shopping makes Sidmount Gardens 1 Johnson Avenue your #1 choice for all your gardening needs.
Dad's such a jolly good fellow. Why not give him a Dairy Queen frozen cake this Father's Day? They're deliciously handsome. And they're DQ through and through.
Well, a new edition of the Compass Health File tonight. Date rape drugs have arrived in Canada, and a health educator says social support makes all the difference in the lives of heart disease and stroke survivors.
The incidence of stroke is increasing on Prince Edward Island. In fact, between 1994 and 1996, the number of islanders treated in hospital for stroke almost doubled. When men have a heart attack or stroke, who looks after them? Often it's the women in their lives. But what about when women have a heart attack or stroke? The Heart and Stroke Foundation of PEI has invited Dr. Fran Greger, a PhD and registered nurse from Dalhousie University, to talk about the need for women to establish a support network for their heart health care. Dr. Greger, why should women establish a support network for their heart health care?
Well, we've discovered that social support matters. The social environment you're in matters to your health. Now, we're all embedded in a social environment of some kind or another. We have family, we have friends, we have coworkers. It turns out that when we suffer stress, the stress of illness, say heart illness or cardiac illness, that our families and friends are important to our recovery in a variety of ways. They provide us emotional support, they provide us information, they help our self-esteem and our self-worth, and they can actually provide us with tangible forms of assistance. It turns out that these are quite important to either buffering the stress we face or actually preventing it from occurring. That's why it's important.
And how does this help our hearts specifically?
Well, a number of research studies have shown that blood pressure can be attenuated. The rise in blood pressure can be dampened if we face stress in the presence of a friend, or if social networks are rather thin, if we're brought into new relationships with other people who may be in the same situation. And I'm referring here particularly to older women. Women as they age tend to suffer a diminishment in their social networks. Women live longer than men. Family and friends may move away. They may find themselves increasingly socially isolated. Well, a study in Sweden of older women discovered that if you brought them into new social networks and you allowed them to establish new friends and new social ties, that this actually had a positive impact on their blood pressure, lowering the blood pressure by some small measurable degree, but important to their overall health.
Prince Edward Island is very rural, so many women are not only socially isolated, but they're physically isolated as well. So how should they go about forming a support network?
I think that's a real challenge. But I suspect that if you looked at Prince Edward Island, that there are social networks through perhaps farm or rural organizations of women who live in rural areas that act as social networks and forms of social support for these women. So that I would think a woman in rural PEI facing the stress of perhaps heart illness or a stroke, either in her partner or another loved one, would look first to the friends and neighbors that she has around her to help her in this particular situation. And indeed, that's what most people do. Now, it's up to professionals like community health nurses and other health workers to try to help individuals suffering heart disease and stroke to actually find those friends and neighbors who can help them, but also to provide the kind of community group resources that folks facing these problems can join. And certainly Heart and Stroke PEI can assist islanders in that search for perhaps a support group related to a surviving heart attack or stroke.
That's important.
That's important. It's very important.
Now, what about when women have a heart attack or stroke themselves? We've asked that question here in the introduction. Who looks after them?
Well, that's an excellent question. If they're older and alone, it may be that they need actually the support of, nursing home care because their own social support network may be diminished. I mean, we know that families are more mobile these days. We know that families are smaller. So the issue of social support for older women is actually a very important question to ask. What are the community resources available to them? And it's often institutional care.
Is that a good thing?
Well, I suppose it depends on your perspective. Living alone can be a lonely experience for some women, particularly those, as we've said, who don't have a large social network. For some women, going into an institution where there are planned activities, organized forms of social support, actually could be a very health-promoting thing to do. I think it really depends upon the individual and their own wishes, but also the support that's available to them from family and friends.
Do you think this will be a problem in generations to come, say my generation, where the gap between women and men dying is projected to be a lot smaller?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think it's important to realize that more women die of cardiovascular disease than men over a lifetime. And what I'm talking about there is all causes of cardiovascular disease. I'm not referring just to heart disease. I'm referring to stroke and high blood pressure and heart rhythm disorders, the whole gamut. But certainly, I mean, I think as we age, we need to pay attention to our social networks. We need to think about who is going to help us as we get older and who is going to help us in cases of illness. And therefore, the development of healthy social relationships over not only a family network, but a friend network is really very important. And that's actually one of the areas of research that folks who look at social support are focusing on. How can we actually initiate social support for those who need it?
Well, how can you make people make friends?
How can you make people make friends? Well, that's something we all need to do, and we can help folks do that.
How?
Well, I think that, first of all, we can bring them together in a physical location. That's why community resources are important. That's why parks are important, and community centers, places where individuals can come as they get older to meet other people. It turns out, that's what's productive of social support. So forms and places of community gathering are important.
Okay, it's amazing this is all part of medical research.
Well, it's part of healthcare research.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Watched any American tabloid television, you've probably heard about date rape drugs, powerful sedatives usually used by men slipped into an unsuspecting woman's drink at a bar. Well, the drugs are here in Canada. With a report, here's Thomasia De Silva in Saskatchewan.
These are the people who usually fall victim to what's being called the date rape drug. Young people, a lot of times in university settings, and the University of Saskatchewan is not immune.
Indirectly, of course. I've heard personally of 2 or 3 cases.
Peter Lebitka is with the Student Health Center. He says in every case he's heard of, the woman goes to the bar, the drug is slipped into her drink, she passes out and is raped. The problem is Rohypnol, which is similar to Valium, only 10 times stronger, is hard to detect.
If this was given to someone in a club or a bar, their friends would just think that this person or their friend would be drunk.
The drug can be detected if the person goes to the hospital and is tested. Health officials say some women have come in.
We are aware of a few instances. However, we don't know the exact number because that's not something we specifically tracked for in the past.
As for it coming to Saskatoon, Lebitka says he's not surprised.
Eventually, it had to come here. It is here, and people should be concerned about it.
But it's not yet an issue on campus.
It's the same with everything. Pregnancy, STDs, it's not going to happen to you, so why worry about it?
While the drug has been found in Saskatoon, so far there are no confirmed cases in Regina. But Lebitka predicts now that it has made an appearance, it won't be long before it's widely available across Saskatchewan. Tamasia De Silva, CBC News, Saskatoon.
Thanks, Tamasia. Well, staff here at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Charlottetown say they're not aware of any cases of the date rape drug here in Prince Edward Island. But it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on your drink at all times. For the Health File, I'm Sarah Fraser. See you next week.
And coming up in our regional report, which is next, what happened today when the Newfoundland Minister of Fisheries in St. John's tried to explain a change in crab policy to a group of fishermen there. Details after these messages.
Maybe it's because their frames are welded instead of bolted. Or because their decks are stamped from a single piece of steel.
Oh, you guys.
Or maybe it's the fact that they have a high resale value.
Oh, hey, I always wanted one of these. Thanks.
But the truth is, when people are asked what kind of long tractor they'd like as a gift,
Happy birthday, Dad.
most say the same thing.
Career Skills, your progress center. We're working hard to get you working.
At Career Skills, you'll receive professional instruction, individual in-class attention, plus extensive on-the-job training, all designed so you're knowledgeable and job-ready. And Career Skills graduates enjoy a high placement rate following their on-the-job training. Call today.
Career Skills, your progress center. We're working hard to get you working at Career Skills.
Route 1 East to Route 3 to Route 24. Nestled in the hills of Bellevue, you'll find Ben's Lake. For serious sports fishing, or for a day of family fun.
Proud fishermen. Get hooked on fishing at Ben's Lake. You'll find us in Bellevue.
Leah came with her dad, Ron Peterson. Just sat on the couch and hummed along, and so anyway, it wasn't, after a couple of nights we invited her to be part of it. So she stepped up to the mic and she would sing along, and we'd have to write out the words for her to participate, but she just fit right in.
I swear my husband thinks he's a Saturn retailer.
Look at that.
It always starts when someone asks him about his Saturn.
Hey, how'd you like to check the alarm?
I just want to tell him about the steel timing belt. He even keeps a bunch of Saturn brochures in the trunk.
Hey, look! Brochures!
Oh, one time he let a complete stranger take our car for a test drive.
You kids know about the marvels of polymer side panels. Got some brochures for you. Here, tell your folks about it. Can you do that?
Checking regional news this Wednesday, a wild scene in St. John's, Newfoundland today. Minister of Fisheries was trying to explain a change in crab policy to a group of fishermen, and things get way out of hand. Jay Callanan has the story for us.
Make a presentation.
As Fisheries Minister John Efford was escorted by police into the meeting hall, he was clearly wading into a turbulent sea in the form of frustrated fishermen.
And I brought in measures, put myself in a position.
He tried to explain his plan to the fishermen, but it was a struggle.
I've got some advice, and if everybody is like me, I advise you, they're fucking cronies to get the fuck out of here.
Now listen,
The real problem started when one fisherman tried to get on stage to take the microphone.
I'd like to ask John a
As some fishermen came to help one of their own, police hustled the minister out of there. By the time the fishermen all got outside, the minister was aboard a police car and gone. But the trouble was only beginning. The police began using pepper spray to control the crowd. Once the squad car was free, temper settled, and the fisherman at the center of the incident tried to explain his case to one of the officers.
We're not taking any more but lying down. We're having it or we'll have someone's fucking hide.
Later again, some fishermen were questioning what the others had done.
Why did John Efford leave? They didn't leave on his own. He was willing to stay longer than he did. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yes. He left because some of our fishermen got militant and forced him to leave. Now, all of us here don't think that way. There's a lot of us that don't think militant. We agree with what you're trying to do. You're not perfect either, and neither is Efford. And I'm just a fisherman. But I think if you carry on what you're doing, because you got the back of the majority of fishermen here in this room today. How about it, guys?
By the end of the day, Efford punished them by withdrawing his offer of letting them send their crab to the mainland. Jake Allen, CBC News, St. John's.
Election fallout in Nova Scotia. It looks like there's going to be a recount in the riding of Sackville Eastern Shore, and the result could have national implications. Lisa Taylor explains.
Well, Peter, if you take a look at the Tory team that Josh Array is going to be bringing with him to Ottawa, they are not a particularly deep blue bunch of people. That's Ken Stretch.
With those words, Ken Stretch and his supporters celebrated, but the CBC's election desk declaration was premature. A few hours later, a happy Stretch learned the seat wasn't his after all.
When we found out that was not the case, then there was a lot of disappointment in our camp, and a lot of people went home sad. I went home disappointed.
At around the same time Stretch was still celebrating, NDP candidate Peter Stauffer was acknowledging what he thought was his defeat.
And even though I won't be there up front, I will be behind the scenes, and we do have that voice, ladies and gentlemen, and you're all to be congratulated, all of you.
But just like his opponent, Stauffer was in for a surprise.
Someone grabbed me by the arm and said, "Peter, you're ahead by one." I thought maybe they just had a little too much to drink, and they said, no, you're ahead by one. And sure enough, for the longest time, it was just one vote, and then they came trickling in.
In the end, Stauffer did win, but by just 27 votes. Today, the ballot boxes were unsealed and the original tabulation sheets double-checked.
In this official count, under the Act, this is what determines the actual final count from the election.
There's a lot of now. The federal NDP has just one more seat than the Tories, both here in Nova Scotia, where it's 6-5, and federally, with 21 new Democratic seats to the Conservatives' 20. So an upset in the riding of Sackville Eastern Shore would put the federal Tories ahead of the NDP by 1. By late this afternoon, there was no change in the tally, but because it's so...
I would stop it.
Get an itch in your lower torso, you get an itch underneath your arms, you may have it on your back, whatever.
Get relief with Gold Bond medicated powder.
It's a minor irritating itch. You get that burning feeling as well. It's just enough to be annoying. Using the Gold Bond takes that annoying, itchy feeling away.
Triple Action Gold Bond medicates, absorbs, and soothes.
Gold Bond works. I can't deny the fact that Gold Bond works.
Triple Action Gold Bond. More than a powder, it's medication.
Love is in the air, everywhere I look around. Love is in the air, oh, love is in the
Bevan Enterprises, one of Charlottetown's largest apartment rental companies, with apartments located in the Charlottetown, Sherwood, and Parkdale areas. Our properties are cleaned and maintained personally by a friendly full-time staff. We offer bachelor through 4-bedroom apartments in heritage homes and modern buildings. Furnished and unfurnished units are available.
To view these or any other Bevan Enterprise apartments, call myself, Wayne Bevan, or Betty Morrison.
For your next apartment, call Bevan Enterprises.
Marley Concrete Septic Tanks, designed for quality and affordability. Made on the island, manufactured with superior features. Marley Concrete Septic Tanks are guaranteed for life.
Marley Septic Tanks are better by design. Call us at 836-4343.
Find everything for your garden at Sidmount Gardens. Beautiful bedding, flowers, and hanging plants to a large variety of vegetable seeds and all things green. Great service and convenient shopping makes Sidmount Gardens 1 Johnson Avenue your #1 choice for all your gardening needs.
A new breed. A new look. The Athletics get physical with Toronto at the Dome Saturday at 4 p.m. live on CBC Sports. June 13th. You're watching CBC Prince Edward Island.
Compass, the CBC News for Prince Edward Island with Roger Yunker and Sarah Fraser.
In the news tonight, looking up, Suri is in line for some much-needed new jobs.
What now? Newly unemployed ferry workers confront an uncertain future.
And stepping out, strutting their stuff at the annual Kensington Step Dancing Festival. Good evening. We lead off tonight with some news that people in Suri will be glad to hear. 100 new jobs are coming to town. The final few details have just been worked out, and the formal announcement could come as early as next week.
Jobs have been hard to find in Suri since the Houston fish plant burned down 3.5 years ago. The new food park that was supposed to solve that problem has had its trouble attracting tenants. But now it looks like it's finally landed the big one it's been looking for. Here's John Jeffrey.
The Suri Food Park is without an anchor tenant, and well before the federal election was called, dim sum had fallen through. That spelled trouble for Cardigan Liberal MP Lawrence Macaulay. But just before the election, the province was about to make a $30 million deal with a Dutch company called Friedor. Friedor, along with an island firm involving Suri potato dealer Ray Keenan and Charlottetown lawyer Mark Ledwell, was going to put a potato dehydration plant at the food park. It would produce potato granules, a product that would be shipped from Suri to Europe and used by the large soup companies. The plant would create 100 jobs and supply a much-needed market for poorer quality potatoes. But for the project to go ahead, it needed federal dollars from the ACOA minister, and that was Lawrence Macaulay. Macaulay wasn't able to get funding approved before the election, but throughout the campaign, he promised more jobs for Cardigan and told his constituents that they needed to re-elect him so that he could go back into cabinet as part of a Chrétien government. On election night, Macaulay won, but just barely, less than 100 votes. Surprisingly, he won the Suri polls, where his people thought he would be in trouble because of his failure to bring businesses to the Suri food park.
I didn't notice all the polls, but this will not be, I see Suri can through pretty strong. They'll not be sorry for that.
Now Macaulay is expected to make the announcement next week on the $30 million potato dehydration plant. The provincial cabinet has already approved its share of funding. Sources say everything is ready now. It's just awaiting Macaulay's signature. John Jeffrey, CBC News, Charlottetown.
The Abogwit has said goodbye to Prince Edward Island. After 15 years on the PEI to New Brunswick ferry run, it left early this morning for Sydney, where it'll be tied up until Marine Atlantic finds someone to buy it.
And it isn't just the Abbey that's lost its job to the bridge. Hundreds of ferry workers are out of work too. And today they started coming to terms with what for most of them is a very uncertain future. Here's Ian Petrie.
The page has turned in Borden. The normally bustling ferry compound is quiet. The wharf's empty. There's a new way to get to the mainland. Throughout today, ferry workers came in groups to the local Legion to talk about severance packages, employment insurance benefits, and training. A future with no full-time work, now a reality.
There's no hard, fast, set-down rule because it's not going to be. You know, it depends on your years, your age.
It's not an easy time.
No, very difficult.
A lot of people are pretty nervous. Things like this really help. It sells a lot of questions and stuff like that, and gives you a little bit to go by.
More than 500 workers are trying to make decisions about their futures. Many are being told they'll have to live off their severance packages for the next year, and then they'll be eligible for a further year of employment insurance. Many younger people will use the time for training, but aren't sure what comes after that.
It's pretty scary, but I think we'll have to probably go and get some retraining and hope that we'll get a job somewhere.
My main concerns were about going back to school this fall and how I'm going to be financially covered.
Will you be covered?
Yes.
So you can go to school and collect EI?
For this year, yes.
So that's not bad.
That's a load off my mind.
We knew it was all coming to an end, so we can't really cry about that. So now's our chance to retrain and make the most of it.
Union leader Gerard Sexton knows there's a lot of anger and confusion in the community. He says local business people too should be worried. A lot of their customers won't have regular paychecks anymore.
And I can't help but think what a loss this is going to be to this province. And I know I've said this many times before, but I am one person that's not convinced that the province has the ways and means of dealing with this big of an impact to the island economy.
So hundreds of people, and what was once a thriving community, look to the future with uncertainty. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Borden, Carleton.
A young woman from Emerald died last night after a car accident in Newton. Police say 19-year-old Wanda Marie Clark was driving this car when it hit a culvert and overturned. She was taken to Prince County Hospital in Summerside, where she died of her injuries. The accident happened just before midnight.
2 county supervisors with the Provincial Department of Transportation have been sent home with pay pending the outcome of an investigation into what the minister describes as alleged irregularities. Both are senior employees with control over road crews in their districts. They'll be off for 30 days.
Well, quite a scare for a farmer in Brookvale last night. He was out plowing his fields when he saw someone pointing a sawed-off shotgun at him. He ran into the house and called police, with the result that 40-year-old John Reginald Barwise is now due in court on weapons charges.
And members of a city works crew in Charlottetown also found themselves under the gun this week. They were working on Euston Street 2 days ago when someone pulled up alongside and pointed a shotgun at them. Police are investigating.
Some new mounted police on the beat in Summerside this summer. mounted, as Bill Kendrick reports, on bicycles.
Constable Mary Galatly recently graduated at the top of her class at the Atlantic Police Academy. None of her training involved riding a bike.
Knowing the changes going on in policing now in the 90s, I did expect that at some point I would be participating in public relations, which this is part of. Hi.
It's called community policing. It has little to do with catching criminals and a lot to do with being seen in a more positive light.
What do you think about seeing police officers on bicycles for the summer? Do you think it's a good idea?
Well, yeah, it would more like influence people and wearing their helmets and riding their bikes more, going outside more and stuff like that.
I think you're right. Basically, when you're in a cruiser, your contact with the community is when you're dealing and responding to calls. And a lot of those times, those calls, it's not in a PR relationship. It's more, you know, on a investigative relationship or whatever, what have you.
In terms of visibility, in terms of crime prevention and interacting with the people on a daily basis, we're finding that the program is very successful.
Oh, it looks chilly. It's rather cold. It's not summer yet.
The bike patrols will spend a fair amount of time in the downtown area. It's the business community that's behind the program. The bike and the equipment have all been provided by different stores. The other areas that will be covered will be the parks and walking trails.
Having the bike patrol allows us to patrol different areas than normally we would be able to patrol. With a regular vehicle and foot patrols, we cover certain areas, but with the bike patrols, we can get in through the parks.
7 officers have volunteered for the bike patrol. So far, they only have 1 bicycle. However, before too long, they expect to have a second one. Bill Kendrick, CBC News, Summerside.
A $25,000 motorboat caught fire and burned in Summerside last night. It happened while the boat was still on the trailer being put into the water at the Silver Fox Yacht Club. The owner started the engine. There was an explosion and the engine caught fire. Owners Jim and Nancy Arsenault managed to escape unhurt. They suspect a leak in the fuel line. The fire was put out before it spread to any other of the boats in the Summerside Marina.
Oh, quite a show in Kensington over the past couple of days. More than 125 young step dancers from all over the island are there for the 5th annual Kensington Step Dancing Festival. Here's Matthew Rainey.
It takes practice, precision, and a little courage.
I feel like I have 1,000 butterflies in my stomach.
Over 3 days in this hall in Kensington, 125 young step dancers from different parts of the island perform in front of an audience and are adjudicated.
I give them a critique of their performance, not so much in a competitive nature, but to help each individual kind of progress.
This is the 5th year for the Kensington Step Dancing Festival, and it's the largest turnout yet.
It's fun, and I get to go places and perform to people. You don't have to point your toes like in Highlands.
I like the speed and the way, just the way the steps are made and the way you can do them so easily.
Now with river dance and things like this, we do get a resurgence of people who are going to sort of have that in their mind they'd like to do. But it certainly is another form of step dancing, I'm glad to say.
The festival wraps up tomorrow, and tomorrow night there will be a concert featuring many of the young performers. Matthew Rainey, CBC News, Kensington.
Well, a couple of familiar fixtures on the Charlottetown waterfront are about to embark on new careers. The old Sacred Heart home is in the process of being turned into an apartment building. And what for years has been known as the nurses' residence is being transformed into the Holland College Tourism and Hospitality Institute. Our reporter is Maggie Brown.
Workers are busy here at the new $5.5 million Atlantic Tourism and Hospitality Institute. 400 students are scheduled to start classes here in September. The Culinary program will have 2 restaurants where students will prepare meals in a real-life situation. The Institute says the restaurants will complement, not compete with other eating establishments.
Not everybody wants to walk into an institutional environment to dine. We've had the Lucy Ma Dining Room on Kent Street for the past 12 years. We've worked in harmony with industry, and we've obviously prepared people who've gone from the school out to support industry, so I think it's a partnership.
In the old nurses' residence, there will be 14 classrooms for courses such as hotel, golf course, and convention management. By the year 2000, McDonald hopes to have 600 students here, all contributing to the local economy.
We have the opportunity here to attract students from around the world to come to Prince Edward Island to take their training. And that alone has a huge economic impact on this province.
He estimates the economic spin-offs from the students and 60 full and part-time staff will pump $9 million into Charlottetown. That's not including the seasonal courses that could be offered.
What we see here is people coming in and taking some classroom or lab-type training for part of the day or part of the week, and then the rest of their day may be spent kayaking, it could be sailing, it could be golfing. So we would put together packages that would attract a different clientele to this environment during the summer months.
Over at the former Sacred Heart home, the Martin Group is converting the nursing residence into 42 apartments. 15 have already been rented. Rents will range from $575 to $850 a month. And the 118-year-old Macmillan building will be torn down sometime in July or August. The space left will become a parking lot for all the students and customers the Tourism Institute hopes to attract. Maggie Brown, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Construction coming along pretty good. That will be the scene of Soup to Nuts come next fall.
Right, the Culinary Institute being there. Well, coming up in national and international news, more information tonight in the 1985 Air India bombing. That's in just a few moments.
It's warming a little. Those northerly winds are moving around a bit. Let's see what Kevin Gallant's up to tonight.
1, 2, 3. I'm a soul man. Dun, 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 dun. You guys keep singing, okay? Hey, I'm here with the Blues Brothers this evening, and there's lots of blue weather going on. And we're here in front of a rebuilt 1969 Mustang. Catwoman is here, Robin, some people from the 60s. Because it is a 69 Mustang, you can buy tickets to own this car by October 31st. Proceeds to the Holland College Alumni Association. Keep singing there. And the Blues Brothers aren't in tune, but the blue weather is going to continue tomorrow. Cool, cloudy conditions. Looks better for the weekend. I'll be back a little later in Compass, unveil a mystery driver, and all those weather details. See you then. I'm a soul man.
I'm Nancy Russell, and coming up on Compass, how do you make a good junior hockey player better? Well, an exercise specialist in Summerside is designing a strength and conditioning program that he hopes will do just that. Find out more later in sports.
A dramatic new twist tonight in the 1985 Air India bombing. The #1 suspect in the case is a Canadian by the name of Talwinder Singh. Until now, the story has been that he was killed in a shootout with police in India 5 years ago. But tonight, there's a report that he was captured by police, interrogated for as long as 3 months, and then murdered. Dick Gordon reports.
In October of 1992, Punjab police got a tip that a known Sikh militant had just slipped back into the country. Talwinder Singh Parmar was a Canadian citizen. He was a key suspect in the Air India bombing, but he was also wanted for murder and hijacking here in India. According to the police, they tried to arrest Parmar near the town of Philor in Punjab state. Parmar and all his companions were killed. Canada raised questions about the case. The government of India ordered an inquiry. Witnesses were called. They even visited the field where a gun battle is supposed to have happened. Several months later, the government of India published a report backing up the police version of events. That was the end of Canadian hopes to include Parmar in the ongoing investigation of the Air India bombing. Now, that official version of events is being questioned. Sources here in India say there never was a gun battle. They're telling CBC News that Talwinder Singh Parmar, a Canadian Sikh militant, was arrested by the Punjab police, that he was interrogated perhaps for as long as 3 months, and that he was killed in custody. What's not known is what Parmar may have said about the Air India bombing. So although Parmar was questioned at length, The Indian police weren't very interested in the 7-year-old case of an airplane bomb. They wanted to know what Parmer might tell them about his current role in the fight for Sikh independence. The trouble for the RCMP now is that India is sticking to its original version of the story. India can't say anything about Parmer's interrogation without admitting to having covered up the death of a foreign national. Such an admission would create serious diplomatic repercussions. The Canadian police, meanwhile, say they're making progress. A team of RCMP investigators and Crown prosecutors is in India at this moment, interviewing Sikh militants in jail and traveling around the country trying to nail down evidence. They're hoping to be able to lay charges within a few weeks. If they do, it will be 12 years since the bombing of Air India Flight 183. Dick Gordon, CBC News, Delhi.
Here at home, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien isn't wasting any time getting to work on his second term in office. Today he held a final meeting with his outgoing cabinet to review Monday's election and say goodbye to ministers who are retiring or lost their jobs. Julie Van Dusen has more.
Fred Mifflin considers himself very lucky. Consider this, the last election he won his seat by 18,754 votes. This time by just 570 votes.
At least you were able to take the NDP, you know, I failed.
But his cabinet colleague Doug Young was trounced.
How you doing?
As was David Dingwall, another Atlantic kingpin who was the brunt of anger over cuts to employment insurance and health care. Dingwall gives full credit to the Tories and New Democrats who now dominate the Atlantic region.
As you all know, the voters in the end are usually right.
It had a most unfair effect on those already on their knees, like people.
Newfoundland MP Roger Simmons lost to a Tory. He agrees the deficit had to be reduced, but it should have been done, he says, more compassionately in Atlantic Canada.
It would seem from the thrust, from the cuts, that some strategists had decided that Atlantic MPs could be jettisoned, could be sacrificial lambs in the interest of protecting our base in central and western Canada.
But Canada's Industry Minister John Manley says a $42 billion deficit didn't leave the Liberals much room to maneuver.
If Canada had spun into financial calamity because we didn't have the courage to make the decisions that had to be made, the price that would have been paid by all Canadians and the government would have been much higher than losing 21 MPs.
The Prime Minister must now turn his attention to filling the two portfolios of health and defence. Canada's Justice Minister doesn't appear to want to be a candidate.
Well, I always wanted to fly in a CF-18, but I think there are probably easier ways to have the experience.
Julie Van Dusen, CBC News, Ottawa.
A bouncer who broke a young man's neck throwing him out of a bar went before an audience of other bouncers and bar owners today to tell his story. Graham Richardson reports from Calgary.
The incident changed a young man's life forever. Joey Anderson, visiting Banff from New Brunswick, was slammed headfirst into a wall while being thrown out of this bar. His neck was broken and he's now a quadriplegic. The bouncer convicted of the assault spoke publicly. Reading from a statement, Tyson Cameron called on bar owners to train their staff and bouncers and change the way they do business.
We have trained professional police officers watching over us, keeping law and order, but in the bar and nightclubs, where motions are amplified exponentially, we have uneducated, untrained bouncers trying to keep peace.
A judge ordered Cameron to make this appearance. It's part of a conditional sentence that allows him to avoid jail time. His lawyer, Earl Wilson, used the appearance to warn bar owners that without proper training, they too are vulnerable.
I tell you also that as a result of this matter, there has been a massive lawsuit filed against the bar, against the owners, and against Tyson.
For Cameron, the incident resulted in a criminal record and a pending civil lawsuit. But just as troubling, he says, is the pain he caused Joey Anderson and his family.
You're thinking of Joey, or you'll be thinking of my family, what they're going through.
It's doubtful Cameron's talk will actually change the way bars operate, though. Most owners say they do train bouncers to avoid confrontation. But the charged combination of alcohol and young people out for a good time will always create fights, and the tragedies they leave behind. Graham Richardson, CBC News, Calgary.
Too bad, eh? Too bad. Well, still to come, Nancy Russell's going to, with one jacket on tonight, I understand, bring us sports a bit later.
Okay, and Kevin Boomer Gallant has our complete weather, hopefully improved when we come back. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Richard Brauner and later on soup to nuts, asparagus with an orange sauce.
Find everything for your garden at Sidmount Gardens. Beautiful bedding, flowers, and hanging plants to a large variety of vegetable seeds and all things green. Great service and convenient shopping makes Sidmount Gardens 1 Johnson Avenue your #1 choice for all your gardening needs.
Air. It's good for baby skin, and babies seem to love the feeling of air on their skin. That's why we created Pampers Premium with patented airflow material along the sides to let air flow in and out of sides, while our core helps keep baby skin dry and healthy. Pediatricians know skin needs air to be healthy. Pampers Premium with airflow sides is like a breath of fresh air. Make them happy. Help keep them dry.
Nothing's changed.
Here's the dress. Look at this.
The wedding day.
The caterer's look.
Like life, everything doesn't always go as planned. And because of this, your choice of antiperspirant is important. Secret, pH balance to work with a woman's chemistry to help keep her dry.
It's me.
Every day.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah. We should have eloped.
A touch of gold in Montague has the gift you've always wanted. And with the help of their Hint Hint card, it can be yours. Just set the card where you know someone will be sure to find it. They return the card to A Touch of Gold in Montague and select that perfect gift for you. The Hint Hint card ensures the gift giver that their special gift will be just what you've always wanted. This year, your anniversary will be extra special with a Hint Hint card from A Touch of Gold in Montague.
Stop by J&S Concrete in Albany for a huge selection of ornamental concrete products. Fountains and pumps, planters, bird baths. J&S Concrete manufacture all their products on site. Drop in and see their great selection. J&S Concrete on the Trans-Canada Highway.
Hello, I'm Philip Sullivan, president of Jewelry Plus. Over the past 10 years, we've built up solid customer relationships based on quality, service, and trust. Some of our specialties at Jewelry Plus include customized jewelry, such as school and team rings, made-to-order lapel pins, beautiful new watches with your organization's logo on the dial. Even special orders are welcome. Island-owned and operated, Jewelry Plus, with locations in the Charlottetown Mall and the Waterfront Mall in Summerside. Your jewelry store for quality, service, and trust.
Dad's such a jolly good fellow. Why not give him a Dairy Queen frozen cake this Father's Day? They're deliciously handsome. And they're DQ through and through.
Friday on Island Morning, schizophrenia is an illness that targets people in their youth, and without the proper treatment, it can tear families apart. We'll hear about an education program that will help young Islanders understand the illness better. HMS Bounty sails into Charlottetown. It's the ship that was portrayed in the movie Mutiny on the Bounty. We'll talk to an Islander who was on the set of that movie years ago. And That's a Good Question makes its summer return to Island Morning.
Tonight's weather is brought to you by Vogue Optical. For quality eyewear and a second pair free policy every day, see Vogue Optical with 5 island locations.
Okay, Blues Brothers partners, let's start unraveling the code here on the 1969 Mustang. Hey, recognize those fenders and headlights. Just go a little slow there, Blues Brothers. Well, I'm here this evening and I'm out at Holland College Royalty Centre. They're unveiling a rebuilt 1969 Mustang. Tickets are available on this. The draw's coming up October 31st. You'll love to own a 1969 Mustang. It could be yours with the purchase of a ticket from the alumni of Holland College. And we're going to see who the mystery driver and passenger are just a little later in Compass. Speaking of the Blues Brothers, how about that blue weather we had today? Not blue sky, but the cold, cloudy conditions. Let's check weather conditions late this afternoon around Prince Edward Island. You guys can sing if you want. Here in Charlottetown and across much of the island, lots of overcast skies. 8 and 7 degrees were the temperatures. In New Brunswick, lots of overcast skies, a few showers. A high of 11 in Fredericton, lows of 8 in the Miramichi. In Moncton, Nova Scotia, cloudy, cool as well. Yarmouth 11, Greenwood 10 with showers, rain in Halifax at 9, overcast in Pictou at 7, Sydney overcast at +6 degrees. Whoa, get a load of those tires. Pretty nice, eh, Mr. Belushi? Well, that was our maritime day today. Let's check the rest of the nation this afternoon. Up north in a Yellowknife today, they had sunshine at 15 degrees, rain in Whitehorse at 12, sun and cloud in Vancouver and Calgary at 16, Regina sunny at 26, Winnipeg sunshine at 20, Toronto 25, Ottawa 24, and Montreal 23 with lots of sunshine. Overcast out of Newfoundland at St. John's at 6, Boston sun and cloud at 13 degrees, and Orlando mainly sunny skies all the way up to 30 degrees. How are we getting along there, 1969 crew? Hey, look, it is Robin here and Catwoman, the Blues Brothers. We're all here this evening in front of the 69 Mustang. Can't wait to see who's driving this thing. Well, the reason for the cloudy, cool weather is a low-pressure system off the coast of Nova Scotia, and it's in no hurry to leave the Maritimes, and that is not good news because we're going to be into this northeasterly flow and cloudy conditions right into the early part of Saturday, but once it weakens and moves out, taking the patchy drizzle and wind with it, looks like sunshine into Saturday afternoon, Sunday, and Monday, and we can't wait. Can we, Blues Brothers?
Can't wait.
Okay, well, let's recap the island forecast. For tonight, we are looking for the mainly cloudy skies to continue, periodic showers and drizzle, a low, a cool 6 degrees, and winds out of the northeast at 30 kilometers per hour. Tomorrow, looks like scattered showers and drizzle continuing, a high of only 10 degrees. That's not good news, is it, Catwoman? No. Winds out of the northeast at 20 to 30 kilometers per hour. The long-range outlook for Saturday, mainly cloudy, sunny breaks in the afternoon at 13. Sunday, sunny at 15. And Monday, lots of sunshine at 20 degrees. Well, let's see who the mystery driver. Hey, it's Elvis! Elvis is back, and look over. Hey, thank you. Come on out, Elvis. I got a peanut butter sandwich for you, and it looks like Batman's going to join us here. Hey, a 69 Mustang. Buy a ticket, Holland College Alumni Association. Good to see you, Elvis. I'm going to be back in the studio at about 5 to 7 to recap the island forecast. We'll see you then. Well, thank you very much for coming along, Elvis. Hey.
Tonight in sports, fitness advice for junior hockey players.
And more bad news tonight for the Philadelphia Flyers. We join Nancy at the rugby field.
We are back here at Charlottetown Rural, where the gold, silver, and bronze medals in Senior AA Rugby are being decided this afternoon. Behind me, it's Colonel Gray and Bluefield battling for the bronze. The junior and senior high school softball seasons also wrap up this week. Today it's the junior high semifinals, and the senior high semifinals are tomorrow. At the French Open today, top seed Martina Hingis defeated Monica Seles to advance to the women's final. Hingis will now play Iva Majoli of Croatia, and the men's semifinals are tomorrow. In the NBA last night, Michael Jordan had 38 points as the Chicago Bulls took Game 2 of their championship series against the Utah Jazz. The fans in Chicago were shouting MVP in honor of Jordan's performance. The Bulls now have a 2-0 series lead, and Game 3 is Friday night in Salt Lake City. Turning now to the Stanley Cup final, there was more bad news today for the Philadelphia Flyers. Paul Coffey suffered a concussion in Tuesday's game, and he will not be back in the lineup tonight. Ron Hextall, however, will be back in net for the Flyers, who trailed Detroit 2-0 in this series. And a ticket to Game 3 at Joe Louis Arena is the hot commodity in Detroit these days. Standing room tickets are going for $300, and scalpers are getting $1,000 for a good seat. And the prices could go even higher for Game 4. One other NHL note, Peter Pocklington, the owner of the Edmonton Oilers, has called a press conference for tonight. He is expected to announce that he is selling the Oilers because of his ongoing financial problems. Here on the island, most hockey players are finished for this season. For some, that will mean a much-needed break. But a fitness expert at the Andrews hockey program in Summerside says that break shouldn't be too long. Wes Jackshaw is working on a new strength and conditioning program that could improve the performance of hockey players all season long. Wes Jackshaw stood out in the crowd at the recent Junior A Hockey Championship in Summerside. Dressed in a tie, he had a clipboard and took notes through the game. So many people assumed Jackshaw was a hockey scout. But in fact, he is studying hockey players, not scouting them. Jackshaw is a kinesiologist and has spent the last 10 years as a corporate fitness specialist in Alberta. Now he's turning his attention to hockey players.
So I come into it with the strength and conditioning background to analyze the sport and look at what they need to be doing versus what they are doing now.
Many players in junior hockey do spend time in the weights room. They know that building up size and strength will help them on the ice. These players have good intentions, but not always the right techniques.
You see that mostly in the off-season. They finish playing and they do nothing for X number of weeks or months or whatever. But when they get back into it, they just do very general strength training.
Wes Jackshaw worked for several years with the doctor who's now in charge of conditioning for the New York Rangers. Many NHL players also hire personal trainers, especially in the off-season. At the junior level, the players work just as hard, but with less professional support.
I tracked one player the other night, and he was actually physically on the ice for 9 minutes. Now, and the only rest time he got was when the play stopped. Some of the play stopped for 10 seconds, sometimes it was for 2 minutes. And so he's on the ice for about 9 minutes.
Wes Jackshaw is designing a new training program for these kinds of players. The practices will be more like games, with shorter rest periods and more stop-start drills. And he wants to do specific strength and training work to prevent back problems. After a week spent studying some of the country's best junior players, Wes Jackshaw is now busy designing his new training program.
Well, we're going to pilot it. We'll work with some of the Caps players over the summer in terms of the off-season. I've worked with a fellow who's going out for a national tryout camp. We'll get feedback on that, we'll evaluate it, we'll improve it, make it better, and track the results, see how well it's going.
Eventually, the program will be refined for elite junior teams and translated into a program for younger hockey players as well. Wes Jackshaw says it can only improve the product on the ice.
With the right kind of strength and conditioning program, you can make a team faster, stronger, more agile. To be quicker, they accelerate better. So you definitely improve just about any team's and individual's performance.
The program could be available to local hockey teams as early as September. And tomorrow in sports, we will have a profile of PEI's male all-round athlete of the year, Bradley Johnson. He will be competing this weekend at the Canadian Duathlon Championships in Hull, Quebec. And that is our look at Sports Tonight.
Thanks a lot, Nancy. Well, Soup to Nuts is still to come with asparagus, and you talk back to us here at Compass.
A bit later, we're going to have regional news. Lots more this Thursday in Compass. Stay with us.
$190 miles an hour plus around the racetrack. That takes fine-tuning, and that's what you get at Goodrich. Bring it in for a tune-up, and you'll get a high-tech checkup, genuine parts, and a price that we stick to, $94.95. And factory-trained technicians will work on your car. You see, it works like this. Goodrich makes good sense. Goodrich service at your Atlantic GM dealers.
Published reports have shown that it's not getting older that ages your skin fastest. It's UV rays in ordinary daylight. So how can we help prevent our skin from looking older than it should? Dermatologists recommend a minimum level of SPF 15 every day. This level of UV protection has been combined with Olay moisturizers to moisturize your skin and help prevent the appearance of premature fine lines. And the name? Daily UV protectant from Oil of Olay. Proof we can help you look younger.
I tried Ultra-Thins with tabs, thinking tabs were just like wings. I had to leave a party with my jacket tied around my waist. Shouldn't have happened, but now I know why it did. Look how much Pantene Always Ultra Wing protects. Now see how small this tab is? No wonder that pad let me down. Wings protect better than tabs, and only Always has them. I'm not risking tabs again. From now on, I'm sticking with real wings.
Genuine Always wings for the extra protection you can only get with wings.
Did you know that Mr. Plumber is the only specialty plumbing shop on Prince Edward Island? Call on us at Mr. Plumber when you have a bath or kitchen renovation in mind. We'll talk to you first, discuss a plan, and we even offer free estimates.
I'll show you tubs, showers, faucets, or sinks, whatever your project requires. We serve both a commercial and residential clientele, even if it's just replacing a faucet or a complete renovation project. Call on us, Mr. Plumber. The name says it all.
James is a very productive employee when it comes to doing repetitive type work and doing it accurately with an attention to detail. James has fit in excellently, and he becomes very much an employee along with everybody else. If you have the right type of job, it's a benefit to him, to the company, and to the community at large.
Sherwood Do-It Center on Mount Edward Road carries everything you need for your new home or renovation project. Everything from bath ensembles to floor coverings, even paint. And Sherwood Do-It Center has a large inventory of quality para paints. You'll enjoy a lovely para paint finish for years. Drop by Sherwood Do-It Center and be sure to pick up some long-lasting para paint. Sherwood Do-It Center, your home project center on Mount Edward Road.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you by your Atlantic Ford and Mercury dealers, home of the Ford F-Series, Canada's #1 selling vehicle.
The biggest story on Prince Edward Island over the past couple of weeks has been, of course, the end of the Marine Atlantic ferry service and the opening of the Confederation Bridge.
Here are some of your views on this beginning of a new era on the island and how we covered the story.
Just saw your broadcast the 2nd of June concerning the Confederation Bridge. Indicated it was the biggest project ever to take place in Atlantic Canada. That's not quite correct. In fact, the same day the Confederation Bridge opened, the Hibernia project, where the gravity-based structure was anchored to the floor of the Grand Banks to commence the oil business for the future of Newfoundland and Labrador. And it employed a workforce of Atlantic Canadians as well as people from around the world, some 6,000 to 8,000, and the cost of that project was $4 billion. Just want you guys to exercise that peripheral vision.
And I'm just calling to, I guess, lodge a complaint about the Bridgefest. I know some people that went up there to do the walk on the bridge, and they had terrible, terrible time, and they're extremely unhappy. Children were crying, and it was a real scene. Anyway, I think the people that did the planning on this event have done a terrible job, and it's very disappointing for a lot of people, particularly the islanders, that have reason to celebrate this event.
I just wanted to express a thank you to Compass, and particularly to Tom, John, and Mark for the 2 memorable segments in tribute to the men and women who have served us so faithfully over so very many years in service crossing the Northumberland Strait. The pictures of the old ice boats, the long retired ferries, to the magnificent icebreakers really brought home to me what we are losing. It is truly an end of an era, and I cannot help but feel we will come to regret the hasty and hearty embracement of that monstrous marvel of cement, the Confederation Bridge. To our beloved ferries, we wish you bon voyage, toil for others. To the many men and women of Marine Atlantic, we thank you sincerely and wish you joy and luck. You will be missed.
We also received a fax on the same subject from a viewer in eastern Prince Edward Island. She writes, "Well, it's over. The bridge is open and the Abbey has made her last regular crossing. My children and I were on that last crossing with some of the soon-to-be unemployed ferry workers who had come to say goodbye. That's progress. You can't fight it, I've been told. The island is evolving, growing up, and becoming modern, just like the rest of Canada. We'll keep pictures of the ferries around and nostalgically remember them on anniversaries, but they'll be history. That's how progress works.
And that's all the time we have tonight for Talk Back. If there's anything going on in your community that you think we should know about, or if you want to comment on anything you've seen here on Compass, simply call our Talk Back line. To do so, the number is toll-free. Dial 1-800-671-2228.
Or, of course, you can write to us at Compass, Box 2230, Charlottetown, PEI, C1A 8B9. And we're on the internet. You can reach us on the World Wide Web. Our address is www.isn.net/cbc/compass.
And speaking of Compass, we'll have more of it after these messages. Stay with us.
When Ultramar created Value Plus, we put together a team of dedicated price checkers with just one goal: to bring you quality gasolines at unbeatable prices every day. Nothing can dampen their enthusiasm.
Career Skills, your progress center. We're working hard to get you working.
At Career Skills, you'll receive professional instruction, individual in-class attention, plus extensive on-the-job training, all designed so you're knowledgeable and job-ready. And Career Skills graduates enjoy a high placement rate following their on-the-job training. Call today.
Career Skills, your progress center. We're working hard to get you working at Career Skills.
Gardening season is here, so now's the time to visit Van Kampen's greenhouses on Allen Street. Van Kampen's have everything you need for a beautiful flower garden and flourishing vegetable crop. Browse around and serve yourself. All bedding plants and vegetable varieties are clearly identified and priced. Take home a beautiful hanging basket, now specially priced at only $13.95. The whole family will enjoy a trip to Van Kampen's greenhouses on Allen Street. Open 8 to 9, Monday through Saturday.
New Brunswick's Bay of Fundy. An ecosystem powered by the highest, wildest tides in the world. Walk on the ocean floor. Hike magnificent coastline. And see rare and endangered whales feeding and mating. In one of the marine wonders of the world.
Call now for your copy of the New Brunswick Travel Planner. The planner and the phone call are free.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
A home takes careful planning. That's why we trusted the experts at Bagnall's. Their home design consultants helped us make those crucial decisions. We received a free estimate and lots of advice.
And Bagnall's handled all our lumber and building supply needs.
We love our new home.
Bagnall's Home Care cares about your home.
When Ultramar created Value Plus, we put together a team of dedicated price checkers with just one goal: to bring you quality gasolines at unbeatable prices every day. They won't let us be undercut, no matter what.
Well, more and more fresh produce has been appearing in the supermarkets lately. And if you like asparagus, here's a new way to serve it up.
Welcome back to Soup to Nuts, Culinary Institute of Canada in Charlottetown and Richard Brown Hour. We're going to head to the garden because asparagus should be, if not there, very soon out, will be there.
Yes.
What have you done with this?
These asparagus were fresh asparagus. I just peeled them.
Okay.
And I pre-cooked them already, just for the purpose of the show.
Okay.
Otherwise, I just cooked them à la minute.
Okay, so now what you're going to do is heat them up.
Now I just heat them up again.
But if you were going to cook them, what would you do?
I just have salted water.
Okay. Boiling?
Boiling, or actually simmering.
Okay.
And I will put the asparagus in there and let them simmer until they're still a bit firm but cooked.
So that bite to the, you know?
Very, very important, the bite.
Okay.
To the asparagus.
About how many minutes?
I would say around 6-7 minutes.
Okay, so it is quick.
It goes very,
and the
very
fresher
fast.
they are, the quicker
That's
perhaps,
right.
because there's
and
more.
of course, it depends also how thick they are, the size,
Sure.
so it takes longer.
Now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 little dishes
Yeah,
in
we have
front
a
of
few
us.
little dishes here.
So what's this going to be called? Brown Hour's what?
Brown Hour's asparagus and orange gratiné.
Okay.
It's something very easy dish to make.
Yep.
and very light to eat for the summertime.
And a bit later, you're going to go off to the broiler. That's going
the
to...
broiler and brown it up.
Okay.
And what I have here are just 2 egg yolks.
2 egg yolks.
2 egg yolks.
What did you do with the whites?
Yeah, the whites, the paste, the crew can use it, eh? To make a few meringues. Now we have a little Parmesan cheese.
Boy, do we ever.
Oh, yeah.
So egg yolks and Parmesan.
Parmesan.
That's freshly, I would assume.
Yeah, we can add a little bit freshly.
Ooh, whatever. You want a little more?
We can add a little bit more to it, yeah.
You want a nice bite.
And a little bit more there as well.
Okay, you want it all.
Everything,
Thanks.
yeah. Okay. Very good. We have a little bit cream here, which
now,
is
this the 38% stuff?
That's the 36% stuff, but you can use the 38% stuff as well.
Okay.
So we just mix everything up. I have here orange peel.
Okay.
We just put a little bit in for flavor.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of pepper, salt and pepper.
Mixture,
yeah.
You go with
Spice
the black.
it up a little bit.
That's really...
Well, black or white.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter.
Okay.
And here I have a little bit baked bacon.
So this is bacon that you've
yeah, just
finely
sliced up.
chopped.
Yeah.
Couple of slabs.
Yeah. Perfect. Goes in here.
Okay. This is starting to look
okay. That's it,
good.
actually.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Very simple.
Now back to the asparagus.
Now we're gonna fish the asparagus out.
This is good for you then, eh?
Oh, very healthy.
Yeah.
And what is
What's
that?
asparagus taste like? What would you compare it to?
Oh, it's
I mean, you're going to smother it in all this sauce, so
well,
it's not
I think you would have to taste it yourself.
Okay.
It's very difficult to describe there. Now we're just going to put the asparagus on.
So this would be your serving plate,
That's
correct?
the service plate, yeah.
But this is going to the broiler, so
it goes to
are
the
you
broiler.
all right on this plate in the broiler?
Oh, perfect.
It is.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I don't leave it in there all too long.
Okay.
Now we're going to add a few of the oranges.
Okay. Very fancy.
Very fancy. Well, nothing fancy. It's just, peel the orange and cut the slices there.
It's fairly simple then.
Oh, very simple. Oh, yeah. And you see how long it
So
takes.
what have you got planned for the summer now? I hear you're off to going home.
I'm off back home to Austria for a couple of weeks.
Austria for a couple of weeks.
So we put this one over there.
See the folks, as they say.
That's right. See the folks. See how they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it. Now we're going to go under the broiler until it's nicely browned on top.
Okay.
And you have a
Let's
very nice
go to
appetizer.
the broiler.
Okay, let's go.
So Richard's been under the broiler for 4 to 5 minutes. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back.
And what you're looking for
Look at
is a
that.
nice consistency.
This is a nice brown on top.
Yes, and the egg does what?
They're going to bind everything together.
Okay.
The cream, and whatever else you have in it.
Smells great.
Oh, it's delicious.
Yeah.
Something very nice for the summer.
Okay. Like this, drop us a self-addressed stamped envelope to Compass, care of Soup to Nuts. We're at Post Office Box 2230 in Charlottetown. C1A8B9 is our postal code. Richard Brown, ours, asparagus with what kind of a
With
sauce?
orange and orange sauce.
Okay. Have a nice trip to Austria.
Thank you.
See you in the fall.
Have a good summer.
And this week's winner of the Soup to Nuts apron is Joanne McDonald of Green Street in Charlottetown. Congratulations, Joanne. Up next, the evening's regional news. Don't go away.
How do you shop for a dad with everything?
That's easy. Go to Canadian Tire's Father's Day sale.
All the top brand names for tools, auto supplies, lawn products, and electronics. And at these prices, Dad would be even more proud of me.
With sales like this, now I know why Dad loves his store.
Canadian Tire's been making dads happy for 75 years. Everyday low prices, that's good.
Everyday low prices plus Canadian Tire's Father's Day sale? That's better.
Canadian Tire. Everyday low prices made better.
Tempted by the fruit of another. Tempted, but the truth is discovered. What's been going on? Now that you have gone, there's no other. Tempted by the fruit of another. Tempted, but the truth is discovered.
You didn't tell me.
You never asked.
But I thought we had everything in common.
We do. We're both great tasting, except that I'm low in fat.
Low in fat?
Yeah.
You say it like it's no big deal.
Kellogg's Rice Krispie Squares have always been low in fat. Hey, now you know.
Who'd have guessed?
Having a tough time finding berry taste to go? New Kellogg's Mixed Berry Nutri-Grain Bars, part of a complete breakfast. Good food on the go.
Stop by J&S Concrete in Albany for a huge selection of ornamental concrete products. Fountains and pumps, planters, bird baths. J&S Concrete manufacture all their products on site. Drop in and see their great selection. J&S Concrete on the Trans-Canada Highway.
Explore the fresh beauty of PEI's West Prince. Miles of tranquil beaches, unique shorelines, scenic fishing villages. Discover quaint museums, locally manufactured products and handcrafted wares. Take in a game of golf or relax and enjoy the view. West Prince means good family fun too. Kids of all ages can enjoy an island summer in West Prince. Just call toll-free 1-800-565-2299.
Find everything for your garden at Sidmount Gardens. Beautiful bedding flowers and hanging plants to a large variety of vegetable seeds and all things green. Great service and convenient shopping makes Sidmount Gardens 1 Johnson Avenue your #1 choice for all your gardening needs.
Leading off our look at regional news this Thursday, there are signs that Newfoundland may finally be able to get a new deal on Churchill Falls. The current agreement, signed in the 60s, allows Quebec to buy power from Newfoundland's Churchill Falls development and resell it at a huge profit. Newfoundland has been trying for years to get Quebec to renegotiate, but until now the answer has always been no. However, in talks this week, Quebec Premier Lucien Bouchard suddenly began to sound more accommodating, and the outlines of a new deal could be in place by September. It seems Quebec is now willing to negotiate because it wants in on another power project in Labrador.
Some angry employees at Newfoundland's Memorial University. It seems the bosses have been spying on their staffs. The union says it's outrageous and probably illegal, but the university isn't backing down. We get the latest in this report from Carmel Smith.
The union is so furious it's plastered these warnings throughout the building. Found hidden cameras. Judge your actions and comments accordingly.
These employees are quite upset and quite distraught.
Union boss Alan Carter says a worker was shocked Friday when she found out she was secretly being taped.
It's basically your private space for all intents and purposes. This is an area where you do your normal daily activities and everything from personal hygiene to straightening your clothing and things of this sort. And to think that someone is putting that under surveillance and watching it on a day-to-day basis certainly would upset anyone.
The camera was a fraction of the size of these security cameras. It was hidden here in this vent for nearly 2 full months before anyone noticed. Someone saw a bill for surveillance equipment and became suspicious. As soon as staff found it, the university pulled it out.
It's not unlike going into your home and finding out that it's been broken into. And the feeling that you get after that is much like you've been violated.
But the university isn't apologizing. Spokesperson John Connors at the Marine Institute.
No employees were secretly being taped. Certainly the intention, as I said, was to tape that area during hours which were after the regular working hours of the day and the week. In other words, in the evenings and on the weekends, and to monitor it for unauthorized activity.
Connor says the camera was put in after complaints the desk was being tampered with. He says if the university has to use such cameras in the future to protect secret documents from being leaked, it will continue to do so. Carmel Smith, CBC News, St. John's.
In Nova Scotia, the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce is pulling out of the student loan business. It says too many loans aren't being paid back. Mikola Chu has the story.
Okay, then. You're applying for school starting in September? Yes, I am. Yeah, so we need a copy of your marriage.
Once this student gets his loan, he'll take out money through the Royal Bank. That's because the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce won't be taking any new clients through the Nova Scotia Student Loan Program.
Students are incurring levels of indebtedness that they simply can't meet. The root problem is youth unemployment, which has gone up 40% in the last 5 years in this country.
Most of the province's students, 57% of them, borrowed money through CIBC. Students who already have loans through the bank will stay on. New students will sign up with the Royal Bank. Sheldon Shaw heads up the Students' Union of Nova Scotia. He plans on getting the word out so students know about the changes before it's too late. But he says this is only the beginning.
We'll lobby the federal government to
increase the funding to universities, because that will directly affect the student debt load. We want to reduce that. That will help in reducing the number of students that default on loans.
It is now in Sydney Harbor waiting for a buyer, and we board the HMS Bounty, which arrived in Charlottetown. Details tonight at 6.
Come on, guys, it's time. Snap, crackle. Pop? Where's Pop? Please fasten your seatbelts. Pop, pop, and enjoy your flight. Pop? Hey! I'm up here! Pop! Hey, you!
Nice landing! Breakfast isn't breakfast without the fun taste of
Snap, crackle, pop! Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
part of this complete breakfast.
Bevan Enterprises, one of Charlottetown's largest apartment rental companies, with apartments located in the Charlottetown, Sherwood, and Parkdale areas. Our properties are cleaned and maintained personally by a friendly full-time staff. We offer bachelor through 4-bedroom apartments in heritage homes and modern buildings. Furnished and unfurnished units are available.
To view these or any other Bevan Enterprise apartments, give myself, Betty Morrison, or Wayne Bevan a call.
For your next apartment, call Bevan Enterprises.
The Flyers and the Red Wings battle for hockey's highest honor.
Time of the unexpected, the time of the upsets.
The Stanley Cup Championship continues tomorrow on Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC. If you're looking for a new twist on some good old-fashioned fun, check this out. It's the Trampoline and Tumbling Championships, 2:30 tomorrow. A new breed. A new look. The Athletics get physical with Toronto at the Dome, Saturday at 4 p.m. Live on CBC Sports. The phenomenon that has taken the world by storm is on CBC television. Riverdance, the new show on World's Best tonight. Brought to you in part by Acura.
All this good fortune kept landing in my lap.
The story of a girl who dared to dream. Her dedication took her to center stage.
It's just me, little old me from Hamilton.
The Life and Times of Karen Kane, Wednesday night at 8.
This is CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
You're watching CBC Prince Edward Island.
Compass, the CBC News for Prince Edward Island with Roger Yunker and Sarah Fraser.
In the news tonight, point of contact. 16 high school students wait and worry after a teenage prankster jabs them with a needle.
Rating the risk, an environmental group calls for an investigation into design changes on the Confederation Bridge.
And on board the Bounty, a famous ship sails off the silver screen and into Charlottetown Harbor. Hi and good evening, everyone. Some very worried teenagers in Kensington tonight. They're waiting for the results of blood tests done this week after another student jabbed them all with a needle.
In all, 16 students were tested. The incident is being described as an adolescent prank. But as Bill Kendrick reports tonight, even the remote possibility of contracting HIV or hepatitis is no laughing matter.
This is the type of needle involved in the incident. It's used by diabetics to take blood samples. By pushing a button, it pricks the finger so the blood sugar level can be tested.
On Wednesday, a student at Kensington Intermediate and Senior High School started fooling around with the needle, pricking other students, some of them willingly.
It started out as kind of a prank, but without the realization that it had very large implications.
The biggest concern would be hepatitis B virus, because it is very contagious with very small amounts of blood. We have very few people on Prince Edward Island who are carriers, but they could be carrying it without knowing it.
All of the students involved have been taken for blood tests to determine whether any of them might have been carrying hepatitis B, C, or HIV.
If no one was, then we don't have a risk of a spread. On the other hand, if we find a carrier in one of them, then we would have a concern about what would need to be done as far as treatment then.
We were asked not to speak to any of the students today. Some are quite scared.
I know some of them were afraid. A few of them were trying to write a test yesterday afternoon, first class, before they went for needles, and I don't think they were very productive. In fact, I know that I had a couple of them that they just couldn't do it.
The Kensington police are investigating the incident, but Carolyn Francis says her students have learned a valuable lesson about the potential consequences of just fooling around. Bill Kendrick, CBC News, Kensington.
A call tonight for an investigation into what are being termed unauthorized design changes on the Confederation Bridge. A group called the Canadian Environmental Defence Fund charges that the bridge builders made changes that lowered their own costs, but which will mean higher costs for ships in the Strait. Here's Ian Petrie.
The new Confederation Bridge dominates most ships that get close to it. But about 200 times a year, larger vessels want to go underneath. What some people are asking now is, at what cost and what risk? The approved design of the bridge was supposed to minimize both. Special protection islands were to be constructed around the navigation piers in the center of the bridge. But they were never built. The piers were filled with concrete instead. Strait Crossing says this provides lots of protection for the bridge and makes the navigational channel even bigger.
What we're asking the federal government to do is to tell SCI to get back to work and give us the bridge that we paid for.
The Canadian Environmental Defence Fund is part of the coalition of groups that tried to stop the bridge being built. It's now sent a letter to Canada's Auditor General.
We would like an investigation conducted into possible breaches of the contract for the construction of the Confederation Bridge. We're alleging that there are serious design shortcuts that have occurred and that those could be subject of litigation.
It's not just the Defence Fund that's asking questions. The Canadian Coast Guard has yet to approve the design change. And the Atlantic Pilotage Authority has taken the position that every ship bigger than a fishing boat must have a pilot on board going through the channel. That will cost shippers up to $1,100 every trip. The pilots say they're required on vessels sailing under the bridges around Halifax because of their importance. And the Confederation Bridge is even more critical, being the only link to the mainland 4 months a year. And at a recent hearing, the pilot said this: there's a growing number of ship owners flying flags of convenience. They're driven by the bottom line, they have poorly trained crews and badly maintained ships, and the possibility exists for grave consequences. Ship owners, of course, don't want to pay. Their presentation was called 58 seconds of low-risk sailing. They say the pilots are completely unnecessary. And Irving-owned Kent Shipping Lines said this: who sanctioned the design changes? If Strait Crossing is responsible, it should be liable for costs. If government, it should bear the costs. The Coast Guard says it won't approve the design change until a decision has been made on the use of pilots. That will come sometime after June the 16th.
Certainly people should be now focusing very carefully on the monopoly that's been granted to SCI. Why should that monopoly exist if the bridge is underbuilt or not built as to specification?
Donnelly says a design change that saves Strait Crossing money but piles up costs and risks for everyone else shouldn't be allowed. Ian Petrie, CBC News, Charlottetown.
The King's Castle Provincial Park in Murray River is in line for a $500,000 makeover. But not everyone is happy about it. Maggie Brown reports tonight that some in the area say there wasn't enough consultation.
King's Castle Park in Murray River is a low-key, whimsical place. It's about 20 years old now, and most people agree it needs to step into the 90s. Richard Davies with Opportunities East says the federal and provincial governments will invest about $500,000 here with hopes of drawing 16,000 tourists each year.
Help renovate it, provide some jobs, much needed jobs in this area. Plus it would be a major children's theme park in eastern Prince Edward Island, which we do not have.
Last year, 100 locals came out to talk about renovating the park. The group was divided about whether the infamous Basin Head water slide would be appropriate. Someone suggested they ask children what they'd like.
Why go to the children? Well, these are the people, this is our clientele. These are the people who are going to use the park.
This is what the kids at 10 area schools said they wanted. Most of them mentioned a water slide.
Unfortunately, on the night that we held the public meeting, there was another major, I believe, political rally in the area. So many of the people that may have come to that meeting were probably involved with the political meeting. Nevertheless, the people that did show up, I'm informed, were very enthusiastic about what they saw in terms of the children's work, and were very, very supportive.
Is it the role of children to make decisions like that? You know, parents have a role, and grandparents have a role, and it's to maintain our communities and increase the health of our communities. You don't go to children only.
Carla Morgan says she never heard about the second public meeting. Only 9 people did show up.
Is this a binding decision, or shouldn't there be another meeting? Maybe this is the decision people want, but I want to know that people want it.
Opportunities East is still taking suggestions, but work at the park will begin here soon, so that next summer children will be able to splash down the water slide on this hill. Maggie Brown, CBC News, Murray River.
One of the most famous ships in history sailed off the silver screen and into Charlottetown Harbor earlier today. Matthew Rainey reports from on board the Bounty.
In 1787, the ship the Bounty sailed to Tahiti and became legend. This is a replica of that vessel, a third larger than the original, but this one has its own unique history. It was built in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, and was used in the 1962 MGM film Mutiny on the Bounty with Marlon Brando.
This actually went to Tahiti, and all the deck scenes, all of the scenes that you see in Mutiny on the Bounty, this is a vessel that was used.
In fact, many artifacts from the film are still on board, and others have been added for an historical feel. The ship's been used in other films since. The vessel is now owned by the Tall Ship Bounty Foundation, based in Massachusetts. There's a crew of 20 on board. This is where they eat and sleep. Most have been with it for at least the last 6 months.
It's a lot of fun, very close. I make a lot of close friendships, a lot of camaraderie.
This is a pretty exciting life. People on board are doing it because of the enjoyment for the vessel. They're certainly not doing it for the money.
This year, the boat is traveling to several Canadian cities as a tourist attraction and also helping out different charities. There's a cost for people to come on board for tours, and there's souvenirs for sale, but it's a non-profit operation.
People don't really appreciate the cost, but if you just look around the vessel, you'll see that it's a wooden vessel and just a tremendous cost, a tremendous upkeep. If we can maintain the vessel, just maintain the vessel, we'd be doing very good.
The Bounty will be in Charlottetown Harbor over the weekend, then it makes its way to Quebec City. Matthew Rainey, CBC News, Charlottetown.
Wow, isn't it gorgeous?
Sure is.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. Well, still to come in national and international news, unemployment is down a bit, at least the numbers are, but people are saying it's still hard to find a job. That's in a few moments.
Numbers may be down a bit, but the weather's still up to its old tricks as we check Charlottetown Harbor. Kevin Gallant's out in the yard tonight. I'm not sure what he's up to, though.
Oh, Pat, I can still lift this trailer here with my back. We still need to fill it up, don't we?
We need a lot more stuff this weekend, Boomer, because the yard sale's just 1 week away.
That's right, and the big trailer here in the back of the lot at CBC and University Avenue, we'd like to fill it up. It's going to the College of Piping for the Island Morning Yard Sale next Friday. Leaves here on Wednesday, so drop your items off all weekend long. Fill this trailer up. And the weather is going to be a lot better. It can't get any worse than it has been all this week. Tomorrow, sunny breaks in the afternoon. Pat, we're in for a big warm-up with your crooked umbrella there. I'll be back a little later in Compass, along with Pat Martell of Island Morning, with all those better weather details. We'll see you then. Can I let this trailer down now?
I'm Nancy Russell, and coming up on Compass, Islander Bradley Johnson will compete at the Canadian Duathlon Championships this weekend. He will run 5 kilometers, cycle 40, and then run 5 more. But that is not the toughest part of his sport. Find out what is later in sports.
New unemployment figures out today. Here on the island, the rate is down a bit, 15.9% last month compared to 16 in April.
There was the same tenth of a point drop nationally too, 9.5, down from 9.6. But it's still tough to land a job, especially if you're young. Here's Julie Van Dusen.
On this bright, sunny day, 21-year-old Jennifer Gourcon is counting her blessings. She's working 11 hours a day and making $7.25 an hour. True, the third-year university student is getting her business degree. Selling fruit for the summer is not her idea of an ideal job, but it's a job, and that's more than many of her friends can expect this summer.
The jobs just aren't there for students. You know, it comes down to not looking what you really want to do, but just looking for a job.
The story for students is bleak. The unemployment rate for young people ages 15 to 24 is at 17.2%. That's up 1.7 percentage points from a year ago. But overall, the numbers for other Canadians are promising. 61,000 new jobs were created in the month of May, many in the tourism sector and hotel industry. Jobs that don't pay all that well, but most are full-time jobs. While jobs are being created, this economist says it may be some time before the unemployment rate reflects that.
At the same time that we have all this employment increase, a lot of people are coming into the labor market saying, hey, we hear there's jobs around here. Let's see if, you got one for us.
Many private sector analysts have predicted the economy will create up to 300,000 jobs by the end of the year. But even if that happens, the unemployment rate may stay stubbornly high. Because the more people hear that jobs are being created, the more they flood the market in search of those jobs. Julie Van Dusen, CBC News, Ottawa.
There's new talk following Monday's election result about a possible merger between the Reform Party and the Conservatives. The idea is that if they stop fighting over the right-wing vote and work together, they'd have a chance of one day forming the government. Speaking today in Ottawa, Reform's Preston Manning said he likes the idea.
We've made that same challenge twice now in Ontario, but rather than people going hard one way or the other, they've still continued to split. So we're open to suggestions, particularly from the grassroots level, as to ways to get a single alternative the next time in Ontario.
But the idea does not appeal to Conservative leader Jean Charest. Speaking last night in Toronto, he ruled out a merger.
I don't think there's a progressive Conservative in the country that would also accept that. And for that reason, there will never be a merger.
Ontario's new high-tech highway is shipped between the public and private sectors, but it came in over budget and behind schedule. And there are questions tonight about whether it's safe. Here's Howard Gould.
For half a century, planners have dreamed of a Toronto bypass, a highway around the behind schedule. Fanfare for a thoroughfare, designed, built, and now to be operated and maintained by a private consortium.
Public and private sectors can work together successfully to deliver a quality product. This is the legacy of Highway 407.
But the legacy includes controversy. During construction, police questioned safety standards, the pillars without crash barriers, and light poles without crash cushions. A review concluded the public-private partnership left no one responsible for safety. At least $13 million of new work was ordered at taxpayers' expense.
There was never anything wrong with the highway, and certainly now it's a lot safer than it was when we started.
The high-tech highway will open tomorrow for a toll-free 30-day trial. After that, frequent users can rent devices and have their trips electronically recorded and toll bills calculated. Anyone else who drives on the highway will have their license plate recorded, and they will find bills in the mail. The operators say they will raise the tolls if the highway becomes clogged with traffic or lower them if it's empty. At the moment, no one is sure how traveled this new road will be. Howard Gould, CBC News, Toronto.
A very special anniversary today. On June 6th, the combined military force ever assembled launched the D-Day invasion of Europe. The CBC's Matthew Walton was there that day.
Front. Where our assault formations are ashore, and now fighting like wildcats to hold the bridgeheads. To hold them against German generals until the sea or lose the war.
It took another year of fighting to end the war in Europe. Total casualties and people.
And still to come tonight in Compass. A bit later in the show, we're going to take a look at what's happening around the province in arts and entertainment.
And the complete weekend weather rundown. Hopefully there's not mutiny on the weather front with Kevin Boomer Gallant. That's when we come back.
When Ultramar created value to bring you quality gasolines at unbeatable prices every day, nothing can dampen their enthusiasm.
I believe kids today shouldn't be afraid of a little hard work. Like my Bobby, he's a whiz at cleaning the dishes. Really tough ones before he puts them in the dishwasher.
Introducing new Cascade Gel. Its improved formula now breaks up many tough foods better than the national leading gel, because Cascade Gel gets what they leave behind.
Perfect. What a good boy.
New Cas.
What's the one part of your body that can never be too fat? Your eyelashes. I was the makeup artist on Evita. Max Factor's 2,000 calorie mascara. The brush is incredible. It makes your lashes up to 200% their normal size. Gives you a wonderful, dramatic look. If nature didn't give you fat lashes, then 2,000 calorie will. It seriously fattens the lashes. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Max Factor.
Drink milk, love life, fresh and gold. Make more of your energy.
Drink milk, love life.
Do all you do, living with vitality. Drink milk, love life. Drink milk, love life. Drink milk, love life. Drink milk.
Drink milk, love life.
Drink milk, love life. Drink milk, love life. Drink milk.
What's in it for me?
37 standard features and one great lease option. Dual airbags, safety cage construction, and ABS. All standard for $199 a month to lease.
The 97 Cavalier sedan. 37 standard features in Canada's best-selling car. Lease for your sedan for a time Chevrolet dealers.
The options. Island Tel employs over 300 men and women on Prince Edward Island, buys island charities and community programs. All this, and offers a complete range of services at a truly competitive price, delivered right here on PEI. And what do the other companies offer? Island Tel. Now that's real value.
When Ultramar created value checkers with just one goal, to bring you quality gasolines at unbeatable prices every day. Whatever happens, they keep us posted.
Back, and it's going to be bigger and better than ever. Friday, June 13th, we're going to be offering the most unbelievable deals you're ever going to see this year. But we need your help first. We'll take almost anything except clothes. You can drop off your donations to the CBC on University Avenue in Charlottetown, PEI Farm Equipment on Water Street in Summerside, and at the Bloomfield Mall in Bloomfield. All proceeds from the sale go towards the Future for Youth project.
Tonight's weather is brought to you by Vogue Optical. For quality eyewear and a second pair of free policy every day, see Vogue Optical with...
Okay, Pat, well, I think you can put that umbrella down now.
Hands frozen to it.
Out of CBC Studio on University Avenue in a trailer that we want full of items for the CBC Island Morning Yard Sale morning at the College of Piping in Summerside. And Pat Martell is going to be there along with Wayne and Karen Mayer of Island Morning, live from the College of Piping. This trailer needs to be filled, and you can drop your items off all weekend long. It's going to leave here the parking lot next Wednesday afternoon. Boy, it looks like you have a lot of fan support there, Pat.
Just one.
Well, let's get to, you don't need that fan tonight. It's not going to be that warm, but let's check these very cold weather conditions around Prince Edward Island this afternoon. Here in Charlottetown, we had showers falling still. That northeasterly flow at 6 degrees, overcast in Summerside 8, 6 in Tignish, overcast. East Baltic drizzle at 5. What was it like in New Brunswick, Pat?
In Miramichi, overcast 11. In Fredericton, overcast 14. In Moncton, mainly cloudy with 9. And in St. John, overcast with 12.
In Nova Scotia, the sun was out in Yarmouth at 14. Overcast in Halifax and Greenwood at 12. Drizzle in Pictou at 8. Sydney, overcast at 5 degrees. Well, no wonder I shudder at this weather, too. That was our Maritime Day. Let's check the rest of the nation this afternoon. Up north in Yellowknife today, they had rain falling at 8 degrees, mainly cloudy in Whitehorse at 11. The sun was out in Vancouver at 16. Sunshine in Calgary at 17. Pat, take it away with the warm temperatures.
In Calgary, sunny. No.
I said that. How about Regina?
In Regina. These radio people, eh? In Regina, what's that mean, Boomer? I can't read.
Sunny in Regina, 25. Winnipeg and Toronto, 24. And Ottawa, 25 with lots of sunshine. Try Montreal.
Montreal, sunny with 24. St. John's, drizzle and 24. Boston, sunny and 13. And Orlando, Florida, sunny and plus 27 degrees.
Oh, you say that nice. Well, we see lots of items, but we do need some more. Believe me, fill a truck up. Don't forget, drop your items off all weekend long. And I can tell you the weather is going to improve, and that's good news, isn't it, Pat?
We need nice weather because I've got a lawnmower here that hopefully we can start mowing the lawn this weekend.
That's right. Yeah, I do have a buggy. It looks like your stroller when you're a kid, but the weather is going to be better tomorrow. Sunny breaks in the afternoon, and we are in for a stretch of sunshine and warm temperatures beginning on Sunday, so our patience is going to pay off. So with that, let's recap the island forecast. For tonight, we are looking for patchy drizzle and